watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Good morning and welcome to Bassmaster Live. Yes, we are cranking up the machine again. We have got our first two events at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series out of the way. That took place down in Florida. Bassmaster Classic, Bass Pro Shop's Bassmaster Classic. That's out of the way too. We'll talk plenty about that. A live coverage sponsored by Rapala on this day, and it's great to have you with us as we embark on about 7 hours worth of coverage coming your way from a brand, well, if you've never competed here, it's brand new to you. If we have never covered a competition at this place, let's take you to the state of North Carolina. Take a look at giant Albemarle Sound there. The Pasquotank River is connected, and that's our host city, Elizabeth City, on the Pasquotank River. It's going to be a different sort of a tournament, a vast playing field, basically the entire North Carolina coast. That in itself is 150 miles. Think of all the connecting waterways. Hey, they're available. I mean, you know, what, 2 million acres, something like that, Ronnie?
Run wherever you want to go, Tommy, as long as there's gas on the way back.
There are places you can go and not even have a chance to fish and barely get back in time. We'll just put it that way. We look forward to that coverage, and they're the anglers we are covering today. Brian Schmidt, Jacob Porosnik, Brock Mosley, Easton Fatherwood, John Garrett, and Randy Howell, North Carolina native originally, in the mix with us today, and we'll be in the boat with those 6 anglers all day long. So great to have you with us here as we get back in the swing of things. Tommy Sanders here with Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Sucon. Rules of the game, well, the full field, 102 anglers is going to compete for those 2 days. They'll compete for about 8 hours, roughly 8 hours on each of those 2 days. And after that, only the top 50 will advance to day number 3. And then we'll cut the field after day 3 down to our top 10 who will vie for the blue trophy, that 3rd championship of the year on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. So, got a lot on the line here. The season's still young, only 2 events down. You still got time to change your reality as far as the points go, and points are so very important to each and every one of these anglers. Talk about Jacob Porosnik, one of a couple of anglers who are from the eastern seaboard here. We could stretch it and make it even more than that among our 6 here. But Jacob from coastal Virginia, this area, knows the way fishing works in this part of the country. We thought he would be a good bet. He's a 2-ton Bassmaster Elite Series champion. He's one of the places he's very different from this, such as Toledo Bend and other places. Randy Howell, back in the field here. His legend status is 2014 Bassmaster Classic champion, that on Lake Guntersville. And Randy, known to be an Alabama guy, but he's originally from the state of North Carolina.
He is. He told me he and his dad fished here a lot in this general area, you know, somewhere along this 2 million miles of water, or 2 million acres of water that we have for these anglers to fish. Fished a lot here as a teenager with his dad growing up before they had the marina on Lake Gadsden.
Good. I'll be a good guy to watch today, absolutely. Great to have Randy back in the mix here. The Elite Series, Easton Fothergill, certainly the man that stands on top of the mountain as far as championships go this year. He won the World Championship. The Bassmaster, the Bass Pro Shop's Bassmaster Classic just completed in Texas, Lake Ray Roberts. Easton Fothergill has earned his way to the next classic, so he's not so much worried about the points, but he is. We'll talk about that a little bit later. John Garrett, speaking of points, our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Points leader, had a dominating trip down to Florida. Didn't collect a win, but got very close to it in both of those efforts down there at the St. Johns River and Lake Okeechobee. So John Garrett, Tennessee, will be out on the waters of North Carolina today. And Brock Mosley, Mississippi, got himself a win on a river system down in Texas, the Sabine River. A couple of years ago, got his first win, owns 5 second-place finishes on the Elite Series. Kind of a point that he'd like for us not to probably emphasize, but I think that shows he's a pretty strong angler.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody was pulling for Brock Mosley to win that event. So after you see a guy be the runner-up over about 3 times, I think the whole everyone watching is pulling for that guy to win, and everybody was glad to see Brock Mosley win there on the Sabine River.
He is strong, and he can perform in a lot of different situations. We look for him to do well here. We talked about Eastern Seaboard anglers. There's the other one there, Brian Schmidt. We have a Bryant Smith as well. We were talking about that, who happens to be, well, we'll get to that in a moment. He happens to be on top of the leaderboard unofficially, but we'll recheck that. We'll be keeping you up with that. Brian Schmidt. Two wins on the Bassmaster Elite Series, other open wins as well. A very, very formidable opponent for all of these guys. Everybody going to have their eyes on Brian Schmidt. Great to have you with us here. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, presented by Marathon, And we look forward to all this today. As I mentioned, Ronnie Moore, our classic champion, our two-time Progressive Angler of the Year, Davey Height, and Mike Sukon as well. And Ronnie, we'll start with you. You're a North Carolina guy. We're going to lean on you hard this week for local knowledge.
I never thought, Tommy, that the first Bassmaster Elite Series event that we would have in the state of North Carolina would be at the Pasquotank River. I'm so happy to be here, though, and be able to watch this brand new fishery. We had the AOI Championship on the western side of North Carolina a couple years ago. Everything in between, we know how good that is. Maybe we'll get a couple more in the Carolinas, but Pasquotank River, such great fishery, a lot of fish, but it is so big that you could find water that doesn't have the population that you need. So we'll see who zigs and zags correctly this week.
Well, most of our anglers, Davey, have never competed on this water. That's exciting in a way. I mean, you got the whole world of possibilities. Also, you're limited into all of these fallback places, plan Bs that are common knowledge throughout the top tournament pros. Don't exist for a lot of these anglers.
No, it really doesn't. And it's exciting to me. I don't get to cover a lot of these tournaments that I haven't actually been there and fished before, but I've never fished Pasquotank River. It's going to be very exciting with so much water to fish. It's a different fishery for almost all these guys. We've got Brian Schmidt, Randy Howell, Jacob Prosnick, a few guys with some experience here, but most of the field, no experience here. A lot of water to fish. The wind is the big key for the next 4 days. Absolutely pay attention to the wind. Pick your days when you think you can make a long run and then those that you can't.
No. Suit, you're our historian here, and we lean on you for historical flag. We got to go way back in history to find some tournament records here for Bassmaster events.
1981 was our last event, Basil Bacon. We had a 1975 Classic here that Jack Haynes won, and the issue then was the wind as well. It blew out water, and people were getting stuck and having to get out, and he had to get out and push on his winning day.
All right. Well, we'll be hoping not to see any of that going on out there today. That's always our hope. We got our fingers crossed. We'll clue you in on the TH Marine Weather Watch a little bit later on this morning, but right now we will get out to Brian Schmidt.
All right, so we made a little run this morning, and I say little on this place because you can run hundreds of miles and come in a little canal, and there's several other competitors fishing the same canal, but we got one little nice one, and seeing some fish, and they're not really wanting to bite just yet, but I just kind of wanted to sample this real quick, and we're probably going to start fishing our way out of here. We got another place I really want to go to. I'm just a little worried that the water's going to be too low. It's very, very shallow getting into it, and I was thinking with the wind change, like we got a little bit of a south breeze today, I was thinking that it was going to blow the water in, because yesterday it was really, really, really low because we had a good north wind, and it looks pretty low, which is unusual with a south or an east wind. Usually when you get any kind of east, it blows the water into these kind of systems, which I'm sure is happening, but it's just not coming in that quick. So I'm kind of worried about that spot even being able to get into it. But just stay with us. Somehow, some way, we will put together a good little bag today. We're just sampling a little bit right now.
It's all the strategies go into this tournament. Every tournament you have strategies, but it'll be very obvious watching these anglers making decisions depending on the wind. And the big unknown factor here, one of the big unknowns, is the water level, because the wind pushes this water around so much, and you can't just say, well, it's coming out of the east, so I know I can go there, because it depends on what it did the previous 24 hours, maybe even 36 hours, how long it blew from a different direction, how much water it pushed. A lot of factors there. If you make those long runs and you get there and you have no water or very extremely low water, it can ruin your whole plan.
This giant body of water known as the Albemarle Sound here is very, very shallow. So when you talk about wind affecting, in the way that depths tend to buffer that change that wind makes in water. Don't get much of that buffering here. It's very, very shallow. The wind moves a lot like it's in a saucer, basically.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's get out to John Garrett, our points leader.
Just let me know what they want. Morning's been slow. Haven't got a keeper bite yet. Don't feel awful about it. I like that there's not a ton of people here like I thought there would be. I just didn't feel like I could run a lot. I didn't find anywhere that I could go to and catch a good bag of fish. I mean, I found a lot of bites in other places, but I didn't think I could go to anywhere that I found and catch a good bag. So I hate to say it, but I mean, this is kind of the more of a risky move than me running off and, you know, catching an average bag. I did catch, I mean, I caught 2 really big ones in here in practice, caught 2 9-pounders in here, and I didn't get many bites in here. I only got 6 or 7 bites. But I didn't see any size anywhere else I went. So that's why we're here, and rather troll motor down and fish for 8 hours. I mean, wind's not blowing that hard right now, so those guys will be able to get around, but I just decided not to, you know, beat myself up and have to worry about running out of gas and whatnot. So fishing close, and we got 8 hours to get 5 good bites, so that's the goal. And you know, I don't feel bad about it. I would like to have caught 1 or 2 by now for sure, but that's how it is. I mean, water is a lot colder, so it might take a little bit for these things to get going, so we'll see.
Pretty exciting to hear an angler say he caught 2 9-pounders in this area in practice while he's throwing a spinnerbait talking to us.
To further do the rumor, Tommy, or Davey, I heard that it was 38-pound 5 fish. Not only 2 9-pounders, 38 pounds overall. Like, at a certain point, you might want to shake them off. But when you are fishing brand new water and everything is new to you, you kind of got to test every area. And so you end up making changes and you end up having a phenomenal day.
Well, I don't know. You can correct me on this, Davey.
You catch one any cast, so.
I think of the logistics, and a fella could easily burn half his day running to get
Oh,
to some of these
100%.
places.
I think you
even
mentioned
more than.
Yes, I think you could run all the way to a spot and have less than an hour to fishing before you have to turn around and come back. And the big thing you have to allow for is the unknown factor of when you're running back, how much that wind has built up in an hour away from where you are right there. And your run time, the amount of fuel you use a lot more fuel having to navigate those bigger waves.
Let's get out to Brock Mosley.
Well, I'm getting the fish the way I want to. Chatterbait and square billing. Got back in the area where I had quite a few bites on day 1, and of course it rained real hard on the night of day 1, and water temps dropped, clarity's changed, so I'm trying to find the right combination of water right now. I mean, these fish don't vacate the whole area, they just move around, so the whole deal this week, if you ain't getting bit, you ain't around them, because, I mean, when you're around them, you're getting bit constantly. They let you know when you're around them, but I don't know. We'll figure them out. Fishing the way I want to, that's the main thing.
Water temperature was about 71, 72 degrees the first day of practice for these anglers, and it has dropped since then. Certainly going to change the way these fish are set up.
Well, it looks like a beautiful day, albeit in terms of the water, a little bit chillier than what these guys may have hoped for. But they will find a way to adapt to it, work around that, work around the wind, work around the weather, and put in a good day of fishing here. Great opportunity to change your season if it needs changing. Also a possibility to fall behind. We got all of that playing in the minds of 102 anglers today, day number 1.
Hey everybody, we're here at the Pasquotank River, and man, it's such a different body of water.
This is a very unique river system that's very close to the coast, although it's not really tidal, which is really strange. You know, typically over the years we fished Potomac, Chickahominy, James River, places that are all tidal influenced. We are actually closer to the ocean here than anywhere we've probably ever been.
I mean, there's anything you could ever want out here. There's stumps, cypress trees, and everything in between. This place offers literally everything you could ever want. But yeah, I mean, it's so vast. I'm just trying to, sample a little bit of everything, hopefully get a clue, and then, we'll run with it in the tournament and probably fish a lot of new water, hopefully. But just want some sort of pattern I feel comfortable with, and, confident I can get some big bites. So, we got a couple in practice. We got kind of one pattern figured out maybe. Hopefully today we can unlock another one and go from there.
Welcome back. We heard Randy Howell talking about surprisingly, it is not that tidal here. And take a look at it, and Ronnie explained this to me the other day. That giant barrier island that sort of covers all of North Carolina there is part of the, I think you called it the exoskeleton of the state there.
That Outer Banks there's only a few entrances, Davey, to get inside the Outer Banks. And so maybe by the time it starts to have that tidal pull, it's already pushing it back in, and it doesn't really change the Albemarle Sound, especially the farther west you go, as we head down to Jacob Pasquotank, who's not out in the main sound, but just in a canal off of it to the west.
Jacob said, I'm not going to go real far. I'm going to start on what a lot of people call a community hole, and maybe it is, but I just know there's been 25-pound stringers caught there many times in tournaments. So hopefully we'll see Jacob land a few of those bigger fish. That's a small keeper there for him.
Got to be 14 inches in length, all species, which makes it a little bit more challenging, just like we had at the recently completed Classic.
One big thing, Davey, we talked about at the Classic at Ray Roberts, the size of the fish, but not the population. You got a good balance here. There are big ones, 8 to 10 pounders, and we have some locals expecting to see 8+ pounders brought, and people were getting plenty of bites in the tournament for practice time.
Well, I mean, they're just being a little slow this morning, so we're getting ready to get out of wacky worm and hopefully go to work. I mean, they got a little shock, I mean, they were up here spawning and doing their deal, and they were coming, and then we had a little cold front, so the fish hadn't gone nowhere. I mean, they're still right here beside us, but we just gotta settle down and get a couple of these big Pasquotank River giants to bite. So, like I said, we are definitely around them, and we'll see what happens. Well, we got 2, so we ain't not doing too bad. But the next 3 need to be about 2 foot from their tail.
Jacob Pasquotank back on the elite since 2022, following a 3-year absence.
Well, it'll come. I mean, like I said, it's spring. They're here. They just gotta start biting.
You think about the water temperature, a lot of these anglers have talked about that, including Jacob. And
there will be a window where they go to work.
Losing fishing time by making those runs, but I think the bite will pick up a little later in the morning for Jacob and some of these other anglers. So you're losing some time, but maybe not the most valuable time of the day.
Yeah.
Even though it is April, the first hour or so is not necessarily your best time for fishing.
Here's your classic champ. Easton Fothergill.
This is just a offshoot off the Pasquotank that, you know, the water looks really good in here. It's been a big deal for me this week. A lot of it's got sediment in it, but if you look at this water, it's really black and clean, and that's been one of the biggest keys for me to getting bit, is making sure I'm in clear water, or clean water. And that was the main reason why I came in here yesterday, and I shook off, I think, 6 in here, so there was lots of fish in here yesterday, but haven't got one to go yet today. I'm gonna fish this creek and then one more. And if I don't get a bite, we're gonna head to our other area and start picking that apart. But yeah, main key this week's been in clean water, making sure I'm in clean water.
Easton said the area that he's fishing this morning, he thought a lot of these fish were post-spawn, that he had 5 that he had marked still on the bed. But talking to Brian Schmidt and Jacob Prosnick, Randy Howell, and keep in mind, they could be hours away from one another, so certainly different things could be going on just because you're so far from other fishermen. But those anglers said they thought most of those fish were pre-spawn, and those females had just backed off a little because of the cold front.
Fothergill's in the cluster around Elizabeth City, our takeoff point, but there's an angler as far south as way up Alligator River, and a couple people just crossed the Virginia state border, state line.
Wow.
Yeah, we said the tournament boundaries this week, Davey. The east boundary is the Atlantic Ocean. The south boundary is basically South Carolina. The north boundary is up in Virginia, and the west boundary, none was listed, so I guess the Cal Delta is the west boundary, Davey. You can go as far as you want without locking, but we kid, but you can go far up the Chowan, far up the Roanoke, but then all of a sudden, you're either gonna get real shallow or you're gonna have a big wall of concrete that you're gonna have to figure out, but it is
You might have some trouble with the Roanoke Rapids, too.
Yeah.
That could be a bit of a problem.
Is that before the Cal Delta?
I think it's just before the Cal Delta.
I wouldn't put it past John Cox, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just never know where
No,
he's
no,
gonna go.
no. Yeah, not for him. He never has a problem. You got one of the venues going north to Virginia comes in close to Elizabeth City, the Dismal Swamp Canal that runs in sort of the inside. They got what they call the Virginia Cut that runs on the outside. It was the Intercoastal Waterway, but a lot of people use that route to travel just because it's, I don't know, scarier.
Yeah. So is it the Dismal Swamp or the Great Dismal Swamp?
I guess it's properly the Great Dismal Swamp.
And I don't know how that, I mean, that seems a little oxymoron, like the Great Dismal.
Well,
Yeah,
good thing
what's so great about Dismal? Yeah, that's a good
Big.
point.
Good thing it's
Lot
not
of dismal.
abysmal.
Yeah.
I was amazed looking at that Intracoastal, Tommy. It goes from like Massachusetts all the way to Texas. It's like 3,000 miles that you could travel.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that long.
Beautiful country, I will say that. This is,
It's
this
gorgeous.
is a beautiful
Yeah,
part of our country.
It looks wild, and boy, you just don't see any. You know, in a lot of places, you see no sign of human habitation.
Yes. And we've already heard anglers mention this, but it's just a sign of not a lot of pressure. When you get around them, they're biting. We heard Brock Mosley, I think, say that.
Really? Okay. Yeah.
There's a lot of our fisheries that we go to on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail that getting around them is just certainly an important part, but that's just part of the solving the puzzle. But it's great to know that you're on a fishery that they don't see a bait 24/7, and if you do get around them, then oftentimes, and I heard some anglers saying, you know, catch 12, 15 bass in 30 yards in practice. You know, when you found them, they'd be really grouped up.
Seth Fighter with our first limit. It's only about 10 pounds, just over 10.
very, very, very sketch. Trying to get into this other place. If I could get in there, I know I could catch them. But, buddy, can I get in and can I get out? That's the biggest thing. I got in okay yesterday, but I barely got out.
Brian Schmidt talking about the hazards you have to negotiate involving wind out here. Just caught a short fish right there. Let's see what he does. Let's see if he's attempted to make a move later on today. You're watching our 6th, keeping track with the entire field on Bass Track. Just really getting started today here. Coverage continues from the Pasquotank River here. St. Croix Bassmaster Elite. We are looking at a new destination for our elite anglers this time around. We'll talk about how often we go to new places here in a moment. But right now, when we arrived at the Classic 3 weeks ago, everyone said the story is the wind here. And they were right. The story was the wind. And here, you look at some of the advanced interviews and anglers saying the same thing. Partly cloudy, beautiful, 67 today, 56 for the low. That wind up to 15 miles an hour. We talked about this big, shallow Albemarle Sound, and that can spell some, well, that's something the anglers have to deal with. It's going to affect their timing. It's going to affect their planning and game plan for all 4 days of fishing. And people are saying we could see it blow from all the points of the compass during this week as well.
Yeah, it really looks like that's probably going to happen, Tommy. And that's going to make it even more interesting with the water levels. Randy Howell is one of the anglers we've been waiting to see where he starts. He talked like he was going to maybe run about 30 miles. It looks like he has done that.
Well, we just had a ride from Hell right there. I tell you, I messed up this morning in all the interviews saying, oh, the wind's not bad today. It's going to be nice. We can run easy. And when me and about like 20 other boats hit the mouth of the Albemarle Sound, it was nasty. It was probably only blowing 10 miles an hour, 10 to 15, but the way it's blowing east, it's just stacked and they're all churned and chopped up. Busted my active target bracket in half, so I don't have any eyes, which I can't really, I'm not scoping anyway. I'm fishing shallow grass, so it ain't that big a deal. Had a bunch of stuff that screws came out. We beat and banged. It took us an hour and 10 minutes to get here, so we made it. The wind's not blowing the right direction that I want it to. It's kind of churning and getting it dirty in here. But I'm hoping some of these outer edges, some of these fish will still bite. So we're here, we're committed, and we're gonna have to buckle down here and try to catch them. So I dread to ride back. I need to have a live well full before I ride back, just to feel better about it. So we'll see.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
I think you may have known what was going to happen before it happened, Tom.
He did. He predicted.
The wind is
jackhammer
blowing.
with a Yamamoto Zako trailer on there, black and blue, green pumpkin, and then a lunker lure. It's another bladed jig that lunker lure's got. Lost the name of it in my mind now. It's got a weed guard on it before I throw that around the wood so it doesn't hang up. Shaking shad, that's what it's called. We're just gonna cover some water in this grass. Whoa, that ain't work. I'm gonna put that back in. I'm gonna put it back in a better place. I get it. Holes down here. Just gonna stick it in the pants for now. See if it slides very far or not. I'll fix it again in a minute if it don't.
One thing you normally can count on is if the wind's blowing 15 at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be blowing more than that at 1 and 2 p.m. when these anglers have to head back.
Hit the Sound and ran all the way across north to south. So that's what he's looking at coming back today. We'll see how it works out.
He said him and about 20 other boats, I think you mentioned. I don't know how many turned back, but he said about 20 went to the mouth.
Mouth of the creek.
Yeah, there's the mouth of the creek.
From the east. There's a big body of water just over that Outer Banks, Tommy, that has that wind gathering.
Yeah, it's known for having some wind now and again.
Kitty Hawk, recognize that? Now that's all about the wind
First
right
in
there.
flight, baby. First in flight.
That's right.
That's why the Wright brothers chose it, because of the steady winds and soft sand to land.
No, it's because they needed to get to the mainland of North Carolina, Such. They had to figure out a way to get over the water.
Fly is the best way.
Now, you can get out of the wind. I mean, there's obviously with Jacob Porosnik earlier today.
So that's great that we have the cameras that we do. And what a different world it is. You go to weigh in and you hear Randy Howell say, I busted my graph, I busted this and that. And Jacob Porosnik's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what we like. You're right. We like diversity of approach.
Yes, sir. And I love fisheries like this. Number one, because it's new, it's different to the Bassmaster Elite Series, but the strategy, tournament fishing has so many things that, you have to make those decisions. What do you do? And it's, it's a very mental sport. Some people don't realize that, but it certainly is 4 days of competition. You don't necessarily always go to where the most fish are. That seems like, why would you not do that? Well, you got to go there, get there safely, and return with those fish. So I love fisheries like this that you have to use strategy.
Caught a 5-pounder right here a couple days ago, right in there. What happens with the low water? Throws the water down, and then the grass is on top. You can't reel a bait over top of it real good.
Howell back with the elites after a 6-year absence. And he was one of the originals as well. In fact, he won top-level events before the start of the elites.
Oh, absolutely.
Up the road from us here, Dardanelle being one of them.
I'm pretty sure Randy started fishing the Bassmaster tournament trail the year after I started. I started in 93. Right. He started about 94, maybe 95 at the latest, but he's certainly been around a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Fished a lot of tournaments.
286 with bass right now.
Wow.
This week.
Almost the same amount as Cliff Pace, who also rejoined the elites with Randy Howell this year as legends. They both have almost the same amount of Bassmaster tournaments overall, to their credit. Day one here, the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River in Albemarle Sound, and I wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge because this is a brand new body of water. Yes, we had a 1981 event here with Basil Bacon, I think a 1980 event as well. 1975, we had the Currituck Sound, which is to the east of where we are in the Albemarle Sound. That was a Bassmaster Classic location, but for elites-wise, this is the 20th year of the elites, and for us to get a brand new body of water is always fun. And looking back at the last decade or so of Bassmaster Elite Series competition, I was kind of thinking, what are some of the new bodies of water that we had never been to on the Elite Series? Maybe we had been there for a classic or for an open, maybe a college event, but look at the list of, at least in the last decade, guys, of lakes that were introduced to the Elite Series in our 20-year history for the first time. This week, it's the Pasquotank. Last year was Smith Lake. We had Lay Lake as well in Alabama. Been there quite a bit for elites, but never, for classics, but not elites. We had the Tennessee River in Knoxville, Neely Henry, Chickamauga, Eufaula, Alabama, even places like Lake Fork that we've gone to so many times since then, but for 2019 was the first time going there. A lake like Ten Killer, we will be back there this year. Oahe, Cherokee, Ross Barnett, and Winyah Bay. Something I noticed, guys, other than Smith Lake with Taku Ito and Cherokee in 2017. All of these events featured a first-time Elite Series champion, dating back to Britt Myers in 2016 here. You could go back to Lee Livesey winning his first Elite there at Chickamauga, and Lake Will Davis Jr. So many new bodies of water. We don't think about that. We see familiar places. We at least have Bass history. This week, not a lot of Bass history, but it is a brand new Elite Series venue. So very cool to see that, and appreciate the schedulers saying, give us something new. We got one new, and we're still getting used to what we're going to see this week, guys.
Absolutely. It's fun to discover all that stuff during the course of 4 days, and that's what we've got for you. 4 full days of coverage here on Bassmaster.com. Also on Roku, also on Fox Sports 1 coming up. There's your unofficial leaderboard, and Seth Feider, former Progressive Angler of the Year on top, former Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakeup at second place, New Yorker Kyle Patrick, West Coast guy Bryant Smith fishing out of California in 4th place, and North Carolina native Shane LeHue holding down the 5th spot. We got plenty more on the way, just getting started. Welcome back. Elizabeth City, that is our fantastic host community here. Goes around this beautiful spot here on the eastern seaboard, state of North Carolina. Albemarle Sound, Pasquotank River. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Yes, that's a very important race from the very start of the season, the very first day. Now we're into the 3rd event, and still on top, John Garrett. John Garrett won as a rookie last year on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, and had a great start down in the state of Florida. John Cox, David Gaston, Bill Lowen, and Will Davis Jr. rounding out our top 5 there. We got Jay Shakeup way up the leaderboard here. That's speaking of John Garrett, was hooked up there. Now he's not.
Right off the side of
That sucked.
Just picking up with us, John told us earlier he's not figuring in a big long run or anything like that today. He's going to try to maximize his time, make as many casts as he can make on this day.
You may look at it and see the Pasquotank River, the takeoff right there in Elizabeth City, and think, oh, it's just a creek. You could fit. You could fit 50, 60, 70 boats in there for an elite day, and everyone feel like they had a decent amount of room to fish. Like, it is much bigger than the map shows.
Oh, we've had postseason events in much smaller places, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I talked to several anglers last night. I think it was Randy Howell saying that some of these rivers are as big as the Potomac. Just one of many that you have an option for. They're not just normal little rivers. They are wide.
Like, that boat looks real small, and it's just really far away.
Yep.
Garrett. See, not too far from where East and Fothergill are. As we mentioned, these graphics make it look real close, but everything is pretty well spread out here. We have got a vast playing field that we're dealing with. We'll talk about that a lot during the course of the next 4 days. Let's find Rocky Mosley is hooked up.
See, when I said you just got to get around them. It's all about getting around them. And that's what I said. I figured the bite ain't off. They don't eat it like that when the bite's off. Like, I firmly believe some guys are making a run today and they won't make it back. And so, just a pound and a half, but.
Well, we hope they make it back, maybe just not in time for weigh-in. That's what he said. I hope they make it back, Tommy.
So this one's gonna be like the Sabine that year. Keep yourself in it on day one. Don't screw it up. I think I got other places that people ain't gonna find that I can save for tomorrow or the weekend. And just more or less just keeping ourselves in the contention. And we don't know how well this place is gonna handle pressure. I'm telling you, that's the way it's been all week. I mean, got a bite there, a bite here. When you get around them, the fish will let you know.
Yeah. Figuring on a run back in. Randy Howell, he did not enjoy the run out. We know that.
He did not, but he's like a lot of these other anglers. He only found one area that he had any confidence in at all on official practice and felt like he had to go there, but we'll see how it works out.
Hey, how about a Skeeter Boats? How about Big fish alert. John Cruz. And he's fishing in his home state of Virginia, a 6-pound, 14-ounce on Bass Track. It's our biggest today. We got a couple 5-pounders in there, but 614.
He made a run. He hasn't been there long. Catch a 6-pounder already.
A little bit
On our maps, he's the furthest north.
deeper right there. My forward-facing sunglasses is all I've got now.
Well, you figure, Davey, if you break everything on the way to your spots, there's nothing holding you back from getting back because you're not trying to save it. It's all broken already. We'll just head back.
That's where John Cruz is. Looks like he's in the Norfolk area there. So that's where he's from. So, yeah. Fishing what he knows, that's for sure. And he's on the board with the Mercury Big Bass of the day so far. 6 pounds and 14 ounces for the man from Virginia. We'll be watching him later on in the week, I'm betting. Pasquotank River Progressive Bassmaster Elite here. These anglers, 102 of them, started at 7 a.m. local time, Eastern time, here in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, at the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite. Thank Rapala for sponsoring our live coverage that you can enjoy today's beautiful place. All new stuff for you to enjoy as far as visuals go here. Anything you want to do, if you enjoy fantasy fishing, we got that for you as well. Put that QR code right there, build your team, 3 different games you can play. Doesn't cost you anything. You win a whole lot of respect among your peers. Knock out a giant score during the course of the week. So it's never too late to begin, right, Ronnie?
You're every time I put a big score on the board, you still haven't respected my fantasy.
You're the king. I've always admitted that. You're the self-appointed king.
Yeah, exactly.
Albeit, but still.
Somebody had
the
to
king's a king.
claim it, you know.
Let's get back down to Jacob Porosnik, one of our anglers who's avoiding all that wind that's blowing and expected to blow out of Albemarle Sound. That's common knowledge. Everybody's planning appropriately and choosing appropriately.
Jacob very close to takeoff.
That'll be 14. I think you may be.
I think so. It's going to be close. But I think
Golly. I mean, he won't coming off in a month of Sundays.
Jacob fished here a fair
We just
amount.
gonna
He
keep
said it would
plugging
not
along
surprise
till
him
one
to
of
see
them
a
big
couple
ones
nines
decide.
weighed in this week.
Latch onto it.
I'm assuming 20 plus pound per day average to win, something in the 80s.
Yeah, the anglers I talked to, you know, Brian Schmidt, Randy Howell,
just
Jacob
let 'em
Croix,
all-
that have history here, all said they thought would be 20 plus pound stringers, but hard to back that up. That a solid 18, 19 a day
Right.
would be more like a winning weight. Average. John Garrett catch a 38-pound stringer like he did in practice, supposedly. That'd be a great start.
Yeah, that's 2 days worth right there.
My practice was not great. I fished not around here for 80% of it and got a lot of bites, but I didn't find anything that I thought that I could make a long run to and have a chance to catch a big bag. I mean, I had a chance to, you know, catch a bag in the teens, 13, 14, 15, but I just didn't get any really good bites. I didn't get more than a couple good bites in an area. And I came back in here, fished for 3 or 4 hours and caught 2 9-pounders and a couple other 3s. The bites were definitely harder to come by in here, but I just happened to be where I saw the better bites for me. So decided not to run and spend my time fishing. So I only had 1 keeper bite so far today. So practice, I mean, when we first got here, the fishing was good. I mean, the water was in the mid 70s. It is 62 right now. And I mean, we're looking at a lot lower water pretty much everywhere now, which doesn't really make sense. We've had an easterly wind the past couple of days, which normally pushes water from the ocean into these places, but I just decided I was going to take my chance fishing back here and, you know, in my mind, fishing for better bites instead of trying to catch a safe limit, which has been, it's hurt me at a time this year, St. Johns River. I wish I'd have caught me a limit, but still got a long day, so still feel pretty confident. Yep.
Stay around the cleaner water or get a little deeper, I don't really know yet.
Garrett wound up 4th at the St. Johns River. Started the final day very close to the lead.
Well,
Couldn't make
it was
happen.
a lot of areas I didn't really get bit in. It was, as you can see the way the wind's blowing today, it was blowing every day a different direction, and it was just making it hard to fish a lot of places. You could go up into calm rivers with the trees and fish wood, and there's boat after boat everywhere around you, making it really difficult to have confidence in an area when you got so many other boats fishing the obvious stuff. But I found this little area here kind of out in the brackish water, and it had this grass in it, which is real unusual. This is like milfoil, hydrilla, or coontail or something. And I caught a couple 3.5 pounders in here when the wind was blowing 30 miles an hour in practice, but it was blowing across here, not straight into here. So it was clean and the water was high. Then I came back and scoped around here really hard and worked it good on the second day, midday. to see if what I could stay in the area, how many fish were here. And this day I caught a 5-pounder, had jumped a 4 off and shook another 5 off on a frog on the bank, and had several more good sized fish, a lot bigger than average. So I feel like it's got to be a concentration of fish because there's so much grass here. But what's going on today right now, the water, this east wind has blown the water out, so the water's already 3 feet deep or less everywhere in here. So now it's 2 feet, a foot and a half, and I'm kicking up mud a lot, and the grass is right on the surface, so you can't reel a chatterbait over top of the grass. So I've got to figure out what they do. I've not been here to know what they do when it gets like that. So I don't know if they move back out there a little further. We're going to move around here and try to figure it out, because there's a lot of bass in this area, without a doubt. They live here. We just got to figure out what they do on these super low water situations, where they go to, and hopefully get it going and get them biting, because the wind has picked up a little bit more. You can see a white capping out there. That's just on a little bit of the river. So we definitely don't want to ride across that sand without a live well full of big ones. Hoping to get on the back side of this island and maybe it'll get a little bit cleaner. It's one thing, most of the time bass, anywhere you go in the country, they don't like muddy water and grass. When you get around grass, you usually got to have clean water. If it churns it up, it's a lot like Florida down here, or Louisiana, because it's all flat and shallow, marshland, a lot of mucky bottom, so it silt stirs up really bad with wind. So we got to kind of get out here maybe and find some cleaner water on this, or start throwing my Cinco a little bit slower, and just so I can make them bite that. Also, my Livingston plopper, I was able to get over top of that grass when it was high, and you could get some big blow-ups on that plopper. The water was already 68 degrees the first day here. It's dropped. I see now that it's dropped a good bit. It actually says it's 57 degrees. I just noticed that. So, man, water temperature's dropped 10 degrees, but it's late enough in the year, I don't think that should matter that much. I think a lot of these fish have already spawned here in this area, because the ones I caught were all skinny, big head, skinny, like they had just spawned out. So I think they ought to be ready to feed. This little stretch right here, I had 2 or 3 bites through here the first day, so we're going to see if we can get one right in here.
10-degree drop in water temperature will really affect these fish, along with the water dropping. I mean, that's 2 things that definitely change conditions. The mood of the fish, I guess, it changes more than anything.
Randy Howell giving us a good rundown of what's going on in that specific area he found. Back to Brock Mosley, who told us a little earlier, if you get around them, you'll know. They will bite.
There he is. Little Bill Lewis ATV action. Think he wanted it.
Third keeper there for Brock. About ready for one of those 8 or 9 pounders, Tommy.
Yeah, I kind of get things going. Be like topping off the coffee a little bit.
Yeah.
Getting things rolling.
We talked about it on the podcast a little bit, but also talked with Matt Greshik, who's an ambassador this week, one of our marshals out there. He won a tournament a week and a half ago with 25 plus pounds, an 8-pounder and a 7-pounder came in the boat for them. And we were talking about the fact that someone could have the worst practice of their life and have a chance to win this on the final day because they stay close to Elizabeth City and they don't do this run. We got a lot of guys testing the run today. I think that's why we'll start to see more fish catch and pick up, obviously, once they get there. But once everyone gets settled in, there's so many unknowns, water changing, location selection.
I mean, like I said, I haven't been here a ton, you know, but we used to come back when, you know, I hadn't probably been here in probably 5 years, you know. But, you know, we have some local guys that fish in tournaments and stuff that are, you know, really good friends. So I get to hear about it all the time. It's just when the fishing's really, really good here, we're normally gone on the Elite Series, you know. But it's just like kind of like the James River, you know, the James River is not very far from here. So, and the little bit of experience that I have, I know where the big ones are supposed to be living right now, which they're really, they're here, but they're just not, you know, cooperating at the moment. But it's a fun place to fish. It got a lot of fish in it, and hopefully we can get a couple of them big ones to put in this Falcon and ride around today. But it's been pretty slow for me. I mean, I get a lot of bites, but like in some of the places they were just all little, and that just tells me that the big females have not moved up there yet. So it's not that they're not in here, it's just that they're not sitting up there where they need to be yet. But I mean, it's any day. Any day it could happen.
To Jacob's point, and back to yours about settling in on places, it's going to be very hard to do with the winds changing, like you mentioned, Tommy, you know, going around
All the way around
360 degrees directions that we're going to have. But then also the water temperature. I think it's going to be huge as the water temperature rises a little bit throughout the week. That 10-degree drop in water temperature from day one of practice until now is a big deal.
Well, we did the live well, Tommy, and the last 4 days of last week leading up to practice starting were highs in the mid-80s, lows in the mid-60s. Mm-hmm. Then when you go with highs in the mid-60s, lows in the 40s with 15 or more mile-an-hour winds every day, that it doesn't necessarily shock them, but man, it shocks the body of water. The fish may take a day or two to change. That's why day one of practice was so good, even though that's when the cold temps hit. It didn't really affect them until we got into Tuesday and a little more into Wednesday, and now we're seeing bluebird skies and some change today as well.
Jacob says the wind is going to open up at some point today. He plans on being there for that. Let's take a look at our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings. As we started today, Evan Kung of Canada hanging on there the top spot, just a few points ahead of Arkansas's Bo Browning, Paul Marks from Georgia, Tucker Smith of Alabama, and also a Georgian, Emil Wagner, in 5th place. Caps Loberg and Fothergill round out our top 8. Bassmaster Live continues on. Pasquotank River here, Albemarle Sound, Elizabeth City, North Carolina at the Progressive Elite Series stop number 3 for 2025. Brian Schmidt clockwise going around. Jacob Poroznik, that's the view from his boat right there. Brock Mosley, Randy Howell.
That wasn't a little 2-pounder. I don't know if it just nicked a little barnacle or what, but so jerk bait, chatter, you know, vibrating jig, and then slowing down, power shotting a missile magic worm. They're on, a lot of these fish are on bed, so like you can't see them. So it's like, dude, you gotta fish you got to fish like there's one there. And that magic worm, I think, is just so subtle that there's one there, you know, it kind of sneaks up on them. It's for tidal water, like this power shot seems to be a really good deal when they're spawning, if that makes sense. So the missile magic worm is probably going to do a lot of our work today. We've been in here not long, we've had 2 bites. So that's a good sign.
Said that missile magic worm out there, I said it almost looks like 2 worms, and it was.
Oh, yeah. It's 2 for 1 day, I guess.
To elaborate a little bit on what he's saying, these fish spawning and not being able to see them, it's real important to try to visualize where fish would be set up spawning and then fish slowly in that area. Pick out a target that it looks like, you know, if I could see, I would look real hard for one right there, and then present a bait, a drop shot, power shot, he said he's using here. Real slow in that little small target area, and you have to do that every cast. Try to visualize if there was a fish spawning along here, where would it be?
Get back over to Jacob Poroznik. He's got 3 in the boat. None of them very big.
Check this out. I done wound my hook sweatshirt up in my jacket. I mean, in my reel.
I'd say tuck those away, Jacob.
They ain't big, but
Or cut them away.
Or cut them away, whatever, you know, whatever works.
get rid of that.
I guess I never was quite that smart. I always tuck them down inside.
Well, a man of action, you know.
Yes.
What can you say?
I think we saw Bill Lowen idling by Jacob Poroznik a second ago. It's 2 great shallow water guys in the same canal. It's probably not the best sign to see.
No,
I hope so. I hope he's about 10 pounds. That's what I hope. He's about 10 pounds.
Back in 2014, Jacob Poroznik won an
Yeah.
Angler of the Year championship tournament. He didn't win the Angler of the Year championship, but he won the tournament up at Escanaba, Michigan.
3 and 4 pounds.
He stayed close to the launch there, just go right around the corner, put it away on the final day while everyone was going over terrible rough water to get to a play. Very similar to what we got going on here. So
He said, well, hopefully we get all 4 days in the same 4-day span instead of fishing 2 or 3 days out of a 6-day window, Tommy.
Do not even mention that.
no, definitely, absolutely, that is like a bad Groundhog Day situation there.
It's so interesting. I have this little thing about me that I like watching how different anglers hold their rods and reels, which hands they use, and if you watch it, and like with a spinning rod, you reel left hand, right hand, you see normally the younger anglers tend to use the right side of a spinning reel for their reel handle. But with Jacob, his reel handle's on the left, but he holds his rod with his left hand a lot, which is very interesting to me. Yeah, which is
does the
yes,
switch up.
but to reel he has to switch hands. So it's very interesting. I think we all get in habits as we're real young fishing with whatever equipment we are able to borrow from Granddad. See right there, the handle's on the left side. He's holding the rod with his left hand a lot of the times when he's really trying to feel it best. It looks like it's just somehow he feels like it's can really tell what's going on more with that rod in his left hand. Here we go.
See, the problem with him was his eyes are a little too close to his tail.
Yeah. But hey, clean hook set and landing, no hoodie strings around his reel handle.
Oh, another one I got.
Yeah, we're all tightened up now.
Hey, we've seen guys in the past do it and lose those fish, so you just got to take your wins when you can get them. And now that he's cut it, there's no little knot at the bottom of that string like there normally is. It's just smooth, so the chances of it just kind of
the first time you wash it, they're gone.
Yeah.
That's right.
Doing what I've been doing most of the day. You know, I had I guess, fairly good practice. This area I'm in today, I hadn't been in this river since the first day of practice. And I know it's gotten a lot of pressure since, but I thought, the other areas I went to in practice, Tuesday and Wednesday, I caught a bunch of fish, a lot of fish. I mean, Tuesday, I bet I caught over 100, but maybe 12 of them are keepers. Yesterday, I probably caught 40 or 50. Majority of them were probably keepers, but you have to weed through so many of them to get a good bite. And I got some big bites in here, or in this river, first day of practice, so today I kind of want to maximize fishing time and see if I could catch 3 or 4 big ones. And then, save some of my other stuff. Some of my other stuff I know guys hadn't had a whole lot of pressure, so. We had a big storm Monday night, and I haven't been in here since, but the water's a lot lower right now, and I think the wind direction has more to do with the tide change than the actual tide itself. So, and the water's a lot colder, so just kind of feeling it out. If I can catch, I wish I could catch a big one pretty quick just to be ahead of the game, I feel like. Just trying to stay ahead of it. I have no voice. But I feel good.
At some point, we're going to join an angler where the water level is higher, because everyone we've been with so far,
you got to go one way or the other, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Maybe over where Randy Howell is. Maybe John Cruz.
No, Randy said it's lower where he's at.
Well, maybe it's
maybe Cruz. Maybe John Cruz.
Well, if Randy went to the west, with that, they've had west winds. Maybe with the east wind, it will be a place that fills up. We will see. But I don't know how long. I mean, with 2 million acres. Is it take half a day
for
that water to fill it back,
But then it also
settle
depends
out,
on, Oh, might be a bigger one here. A little better.
That's 5, but they ain't big at all.
Little males sitting up on those nests.
That is a limit, though.
Hopefully we'll see those bigger fish show up later in the day, situations just like this.
We've done it before. Now, that's how you deal with the, you know, if you want to deal with it decisively and with a finality, that's how you deal with the troublesome booty strings right there. Jacob Perroznik showing us how it's done. He's probably got a backup hoodie somewhere, too, in case the strings become a necessary thing out there. Kyle Patrick from Cooperstown, New York, the angler on top with 11 pounds and 2 ounces early on in this day. Had a fighter, Bryant Smith, Jay Shakeup, and Jacob Perroznik in the boat with him all day. 8 pounds and 8 ounces. Parks, Cruz, McKinney, Smith, and Redwine. Welcome back, state of North Carolina. We're going to North Carolina, and after this, South Carolina over the course of the next 3 weeks there. But this is day number 1 of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Stop number 3 at Albemarle Sound. You see Randy Howell making the run across the sound. Wind was up when Randy hit the sound today, and he did not like the ride across. So he says, I better have some big fish to take back when I take that on again today. If you watch us playing through the commercial break there, you maybe are clued a little bit into what's coming up here.
Hey, it's a big one too. That's a big one. Come on. Yeah, it's a big one. Come on. Oh, come on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Lord. Caught that on the old lunker lure shaking shad, boy. See that? That one's got a weed guard on that bladed jig, so you can throw it underneath them docks. Get ones like that. That's what we're looking. Boy, that feels good after making that daggum bad ride. Whew. Man, that's a skinny spawn now. Look at that. He knocked the fire. That's a 5.5 pounder though. Let's see. Get these Ranger live wheels turned on. Get on in there, boy. We won't have to cull that one. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Gosh, what a bite, too. Man, that's a black-blue lunker lure shaking shads, that weed guard. So basically, it's a jig, but it's got that bladed hook there. And then it's got that's a Yamamoto Zako trailer. That's what they like in this dirty water. 20-pound Daiwa fluorocarbon, and then this is my signature bladed jig rod, my Daiwa Tatula bladed jig rod. Gosh, what a bite. He hit that like 100 miles an hour. I looked down, saw he was hooked good, so that's why I swung him on in. I usually won't swing a 5.5 pounder like that, but yeah. Shoo.
All right, Randy shaping up his position here. Going to move up the leaderboard significantly with that 5.5 pounder.
Feel a lot better about his choice to drive across.
You're going to go male, 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 female.
I believe so. Another 1.25 pounds. Getting some bites.
Brian Schmidt's kind of a bigger guy, makes those fish look a little smaller. I was wondering about the length of that one, but he was good. Did the measuring. That one's in the box. Let's get out to John Garrett.
Getting about that time, mid-morning, hopefully things are warming up and we're going to continue to see bigger fish.
Yeah. Yeah, Tucker Smith and Jacob Fouch has caught 4.5 pounders.
Yes. Oh, yes, baby. Oh, boy, I mean, barely had it. I shouldn't have flipped her. I mean, by the skin. Little rage bug. That took a long time, but we started with a nice one, man. Look how pretty. She is cold too, buddy. She is cold. There we go. Good start. 4 more.
What's the weight?
I mean, beautiful. Mwah. That feels so good. That feels so good. Put a 4-pounder in.
Alrighty.
There's a little more, but give me some.
Have about
Took a
65
while, didn't it?
anglers with an ambassador or cameraman in the boat, 65 to 70. So about 30% of the field will have to input them on their own, or we will have that mystery for the weigh-in.
There's almost 50 who have reported a fish on Bass Track.
I got really lucky flipping that fish in. Really lucky.
Randy Howell's 5.5-pounder put him up into the top 20 with 1 fish.
Jacob's still in that canal, but a little closer. Oh no, I think that's a dead end. He just maybe closer to the ocean, but not to the to the mouth of the canal, more towards the end. There's big water in every direction. It's hard to tell when you just see the wind.
He looked like he was facing into it, though, so you're right. Yeah, he was headed to the end of the line there.
Pat Schlopper, 5 of his fish just came in. He's tied for second, 10.5 pounds with Fighter.
One, maybe a couple of our pundits picking Pat Schlopper to do well here. Fantasy.
Not big.
Fantasy punditry.
Yeah, like a big one.
Things are definitely picking up, size and numbers.
Starting. 2 good ones in a row.
Got a topwater bite, Tommy.
Yeah.
We did about 7 baits at the bait and tackle shop for our live well portion. I said at the end, maybe we see some topwater show up big. And
I think we will.
Yeah.
You know, obviously we have, but I think
as the
week moves on, Saturday, Sunday, I think we will definitely see some of that. Hopefully some frog action. Everyone likes to see that.
He is. He's gonna bark at us for a while. Ooh. I don't know. Uh-oh.
Better one.
Nice fish. It's a real nice fish.
Good to hear Brian Smith say nice
Not a
fish
big one, but a
again.
nice
That's right. That's a phrase that pays for him.
Look here.
Nice fish.
Hitting a window here.
Yes, definitely.
You hitting a good window. Mosley catching 2 decent ones. Now you see Garrett, Howell.
And then another one hit on the outside of it. There might be another fish there.
All right. Jacob Poroznik made the prediction that window's going to open up at some point this morning. Lo and behold, an hour later, see a little bit more in the way of action from among our sample of 6 out of 102 anglers. Came back to this. Actually, this happened during our last break. Randy Howell getting a good one on.
Just in this last segment, we've heard the line singing across the surface of the water. It means you got a bigger fish on.
Like that sound.
Yes, sir.
Right after that, John Garrett.
Put that on the old lunker little shaking shad.
What you got? The shaking shad, the rage bug, a whopper plopper. You're seeing some diversity at the Pasquotank.
We are getting the goods on all these catches here. As they happen, that's good. Always a good thing.
Skin.
Big time encouragement for those 2 anglers. Looking to break into that list right there. The top 10 still sits there with Kyle Patrick in New York State. On top, Seth Feider, Pat Schlopper now moving up into second place. The tie for second place. Brian Smith, Jay Shakeup, Chris Zaldane, Jacob Poroznik, Logan Park, Shane LaHue, and Clifford Perch.
All right, guys, Easter Falago. We're here at the Pasquotank River. This is one of the top baits I'm expecting to play this week. It's a 3/8 ounce Strike King casting jig with a Rage Menace scrub, green pumpkin. I'm just going to be flipping this around any cypress trees, any laydown trees, you know, just any sort of structure I can see on the bank, trying to, I guess, intercept them in these spawning pockets. You know, from halfway back in these pockets in is where I seem to be getting my bites. So I think a lot of them are spawning and a lot of them are just, you know, using the structure. So just going to be pitching this thing around and hopefully we'll get a couple big ones on it.
22-year-old Easton Fothergill, who just recently fished his second Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic and won it in the state of Texas. Quite a career arc for this young man, but his elite season needs some tidying up. He's had a very much of a struggling experience down in Florida.
Yeah, the Classic felt like a complete dream, and it's a pretty crazy feeling to wake up the next morning and have that trophy, you know, sitting in the living room of our Airbnb. You know, that's when it kind of first hit me, I guess. But you know, looking back on it, still don't feel real. Just never would have thought that that would be possible. Still can't believe it.
Talking about his start to the Elite Series. Great expectations for Easton coming here. He's succeeded at every level, had a slow start in Florida, but what a way to turn things around in just one tournament. It happened to be the Bassmaster Classic.
Some scenes from his last day on Lake Ray Roberts where he caught an 8.5 pounder in the final hour of fishing to lock it down. What was going to be a very, very close weigh-in with Trey McKinney.
I think it would have been
right there with him.
7-ounce margin. And for most of that day, guys, Lee Livesey pulled even, and they stayed even for about 2 hours. And then Trey made his afternoon flurry and basically pulled even until that 8-pounder.
Yeah, if you look at the margin of victory, you say, well, he ran away with it. But Hunter also, I mean, there were 4 anglers, one bite away, especially if it's that size, you know, from winning the Bassmaster Classic.
Well, what a career arc for this young man.
I talked to Easton last night, and I said, how have things been? Yeah, unbelievable, he said. And he just like we just heard him there saying, he still is in shock, in awe of what happened, and awesome to see him. I know he'll represent the sport well.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure he will.
He's a young man. You know he's always got a game plan, and you don't think it's based on doc talk. He's kind of does his own.
Yep.
Does his own work, does his own research, and and really seems to always have at least the foundation of a game plan,
Yes.
no matter what he's doing on any particular day. All right, crab pots are not being put to use right now, so I bet they will be at some point before too much longer.
Cold front slowing the blue crab down, you think?
I could be. They don't like it.
Caught a lot of crab pots on the dock, no doubt.
It's one thing about these coastal fish, whether it's tidal or not, they are hardy fish. They deal with salinity.
There's a fish right here.
Conditions always changing, and these fish are always, if they're living here, they're a tough breed.
Get to eat a lot of crustaceans and crabs.
Yes, it is.
Not like that.
I mean, these are just commercial fishing. Commercial fishermen, you know. That's exactly right.
You have a lot of coastal fishing experience or live?
Oh yeah, so like that, this is, you know, when I'm not bass fishing, we got a charter boat business up on the Chesapeake Bay. It's all brackish, you know, pretty salty. We fish for striped bass. A lot of different species, but like this same scenario, these commercial, you know, these guys are a lot of crabbers here, but there's a lot of crab in where I live, and I mean, for the average person, they see this, they're like, what the hell, you know, but it's how you get your crabs, you know. If you like blue crabs, if you like oysters, that's how to get them. And these people, this is what they do. They go to work, they go out there, it doesn't matter if it's cold, their gear, it's a lot of work. Commercial fishing is a lot of work. But yeah, this is like being at home. Now, where I live on the Chesapeake, I live on the western shore. You go to straight across, like straight across the Chesapeake as a crow flies, maybe 15 miles. It's just like this is all farms and commercial fishing. All crabbers, oystermen. This is, you know, this is not a sight that I'm not used to by any means. Now,
Brian lives in the Mar part of the Delmarva Peninsula, Maryland, Deal, Maryland, where he works out of. And as you heard there, does a lot of fishing in the salty water, the brackish water there. Back over to Randy Howell. Yeah, a little topwater action.
Looking at the shore, looks like maybe the water has started to rise a little bit where Randy's at.
Well, I'm taking advantage of this one little calm, clean pocket right in here. I had a hooks cut off on my frog in practice, and right there I had about a 5-pounder I shook off. He ate it pretty good and jumped, and I saw him, but the water was a good bit higher. In fact, it actually looked like the fish I just caught off that dock. It looked about that same size. It might not have been the same one, but it's about like that. Water's cooled down a lot. It's actually 58. It was 68 in here, so I don't know if maybe I caught that wind. All this cold front's blowing some colder water in here. I don't think it matters though, because that fish was so aggressive a while ago and active that I caught. And I caught a barely non-keeper off that dock with a jig as well, and it was a real aggressive bite. So I think I know there's a lot of fish in here. Like I said, it's just not being able to fish for them in the right areas because it was so shallow out there from the wind blowing the tide out and muddying it up. But I'm hoping there's enough fish who are going to move into these rims of this grass where I can still catch them maybe off the dock or two and just keep moving around. And maybe when they get real active today, we can overcome the low water and the mud. and get a few more to bite, because that fish, like I caught earlier, that's the size fish that are in here. That's why I come over here. I mean, I feel like you could catch 5 like that. I mean, I've had four of that size, you know, in three different times I've been over here now in a short amount of time. So I know they live here. So we're gonna keep plugging on them. Get ready to pick that shaking shad back up and go to slinging it and go back up that side, other side of that dock where I caught that one on one side. There might be another one on the other side of that dock, I hope.
He's near the mouth of the Alligator River. Chris Zaldane just filled his limit. He's the furthest down up the Alligator River. He's in 4th place, the 4th guy over 10 pounds.
All right. Randy had high hopes for that based on fish shook off in practice.
Yeah, the water temperature dropping to 58 degrees certainly calms that bite down.
We appreciate everyone who's been watching with us for the past couple of hours on the Roku Sports Channel, #1 in sports streaming. It's 10 o'clock Eastern Time, and that ends our window there. But yes, good news. You can still follow the action here, Bassmaster.com and the Bassmaster channel as well. It will continue. Weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock Eastern Time.
Davey, the little look we've had, what fishery does this remind you of the most?
A little of Winyah Bay. And we fished the Noose Trent south of here back in the day. You know, certainly similar. I guess anglers could fish there. That's in the tournament waters.
Yeah.
I don't think you would want to go that far, but
I said you could actually, Davey, in the playing field this week, you could go south, hook a right turn going south into the Pamlico Sound, hit the Tar River, and you could see my freshman year dorm from the playing field this week.
I've always wanted to do that.
Down the Tar River.
There's a
it's
lot
not
of people
far
listening
from,
right now that
you know,
will be glad you told them to do that. They're going to go check
all
out
the way
your...
to Greenville, North Carolina. You could get there.
So
Kids, jump in the car. We're going to see Ronnie's old dorm room.
And the fishing team, we used to clean up that boat ramp right there downtown. That was our cleanup area, and so we kept that nice. So.
Well, we're figuring out the geography and the lakeography and the canalography, riverography of this place. It's fun. It's fun to check out a new spot like this. Obviously, a good little bite window sort of going there for a while. Maybe we'll be able to keep that up, keep that going. Bryant Smith overtaking Kyle Patrick for the top of our unofficial leaderboard. Fast track. Bob Downey in 3rd place. Bob Downey jumping into the top 10. 5 is Schlopper, Chris Zaldane, Jay Shakura, Jacob Poroznik, Logan Parks, and Paul Mueller jumping into our top 10 as well. Albemarle Sound, the Pasquotank River, home of crabs, as we learned in our previous segment there. Canines as well. You can always check out the dog scene whenever we arrive at a new place or an old favorite spot. See some of our friends from maybe a few tournaments ago.
Place to live if you're a Labrador Retriever.
Boy,
that part of the country.
Chesapeake. How about a Chesapeake? That'd be perfect.
Got a new leader. Brian Smith had that 5-pounder earlier. Caught his 4th fish at 3 1/4. He's almost up to 13 pounds.
All right. West Coast guy coming all the way to the east here.
A lot of those dogs over there in this region spend their time in the water retrieving ducks.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it.
Currituck Sound around the corner, big duck hunting destination always through the years.
I mean,
There's a guy that does a lot of duck hunting right there.
Absolutely.
Jacob Poroznik.
He do for
He guides, I think, yeah.
It's time for a big one. It's time.
Jacob, with about 15 fewer rods than Easton Fothergill on the deck of his boat.
Absolutely.
Easton just had a tiny little path he could walk through there.
A little frustration there with only the small fish in the boat so far for Jacob, you could tell. Not really his home waters, but close enough that he certainly won't have a good showing here.
And you know the vibe of it. You know, it's the East Coast fisheries. It just seems like there's an advantage, like when you're a blueback herring angler.
Sucked for wind, you know that?
You just know those
Everywhere we
areas.
go. If you want some rain or wind, just schedule a Bassmaster Elite Series there. You'll get it.
Or an open.
Yes. Talking about last weekend at Lake Norfolk. Wow.
They said they wanted weather. They don't want astronomical figures to come their way, because losing 5 of our 12 possible days for the opens this year has been mind-blowing.
Certainly want everyone to be able to go fishing and return safely. But I like some weather being a factor in making those decisions on whether to stay close or make the long run. Can we do it today? Do we need to wait until Saturday? What if if you don't make the cut, wait until Saturday doesn't do you any good?
That won't work there. Six anglers that we're watching today are well within I think they're all well within the top 30, as a matter of fact. Performing well for
A couple of them
group we
have
sort of guessed on.
numbers, no quality, and 2 of them have quality and no numbers.
They are. I think that's number 5. Yeah. Number 5. Hey.
Number 1 accomplished.
Not a big one. Well, glad to have them. You can fish free, fish calm, catch a big one. And I'm gonna get a new worm. Remember we talked about it. Actually, hold on. Might be able to get another fish out of here. Need to check my line. Like 1.5 pounds for probably, huh? I think it was a little girl. Dude, they're little strong suckers. You know that? Ooh. Good thing I checked that. That rod is out of commission. Lucky we caught him. Might have to retie that other rod. Like that's prime time. Just something that just sticks out just a little further. You know, the water's low. just hitting it like a perch, like did it, and then finally, it was like, all right, I'm gonna actually eat it.
Fishing in this region of the country. You think about Brian Schmidt and you think about grass fishing. And
oh, sure.
There is
atomic situations and stuff.
Vegetation like here. But he said he wasn't able to find any fish and some beautiful milfoil. He said just beautiful habitat.
Good thing I saw him. He's still on there, but he is not big. Because I would have told you that was her, buddy. I would have said that was her. Oh my God, it's a giant. Strong little fish.
Brian was talking about the saltwater opportunity, brackish water, the stripers that he works in that field as well. In this part of the country, does that take some of the pressure off of bass, purely bass fishing?
Oh, sure.
It helps with that, yeah.
How long can you get back? Yeah. No, they're both small. Good luck.
He said, Father Gill asking Carl Jorgensen, how long is it going to take to get back? He says an hour and a half. So.
Thought Easton was a little closer than that.
Kind of thought so too. Moving on through the morning here, these anglers will fish, at least the first flighters will fish until 3 p.m. Eastern Time when the weigh-in begins. Back in Elizabeth City, we got more fishing coming up. The progressive Bassmaster Elite, St. Croix Elite at the Pasquotank River is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Morning passing by very quickly here. We've had a few bite windows open up. Slow time for some of our anglers as well, but now it's Alex Wetherill quickly climbing into an imposing position on top of the leaderboard, almost 4 pounds ahead of Brian Smith. He and Kyle Patrick have been battling for that spot for most of this morning here. Then we got 3 upper Midwest guys, Bob Downey, Seth Fighter, and Pat Schlopper. 4th and tie for 5th place.
Tommy, did you say Brian Schmidt or Brian Smith?
That's
kind of the tongue twister we've got going on here. But
I know.
We're going to stay away from the name mix-ups here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. I wanted to take you to the Deep Dive app. If you've never checked out the Deep Dive app, great opportunity to, while on the water, maybe preparing for an event, or as a fan, be able to see what these anglers are enduring hour by hour, moment by moment. And this is the wind effects portion of the Deep Dive app. No, the red is not what the color of the water is. That is the wind impact that we're looking at right now. And looking at the time of day here at the bottom that you can scroll, you can go back as far as 2 or 3 days ago, and you can go into the future as well. About 10:15 this morning, that's when the wind really has gotten up to that level we're going to see the rest of the day. This morning at takeoffs, it was in that 5 to 7 mile per hour sustained speeds, but now it's in that 11 to 14 mile an hour sustained. That's not counting the gusts, but you see from the east that it's pounding completely in there. There are some protected areas in the North River and in some of the parts of the Pasquotank because of the Croix Sound Peninsula sticks so far south. If we scroll up, we can start to see as this weather and the wind starts to change over the next few days. We get a little bit lighter winds from the south tomorrow morning. That's about 4 a.m. before takeoff. Starts to get a little bit more wind, and you see by the end of the day that north to northeast wind, or the south to southeast wind, will be blowing at all of our creeks and rivers that we'll see our anglers fishing. One other thing that I'll tease that we'll look at throughout the rest of the week, you can click the stream flow. I just clicked from wind effects to stream flow, and you can see all of these different rivers and creeks that funnel into the sound from the Chowan to the Roanoke, the Perquimans, the Pasquotank, the North River, all these places that flow in and out. You can see the direction and how much CFS each of these things is running. I just clicked on the Chowan, 4,500 flow, not a ton of flow, but of the rivers, one of the more moving rivers into this Albemarle Sound. So Deep Dive app, not only can you track weather, some places you can track water clarity, maybe not here because of the tannic nature of the brackish tidal sound type fisheries, but we did get to check out the water clarity at Ray Roberts, and we saw that overall, even with the heavy winds, that place was pretty clear overall.
That stream flow, that would be very helpful there.
And it shows also water flow places. So if it flooded or rained a lot, where water would dump in, that's not traditionally a stream. So
He's a man that hasn't dealt with wind hardly at all today. Jacob Perosny.
I don't know if he's gonna help or not.
No help there for Jacob.
Nope.
All Alex Weatherall's fish came in at once. He had a 5.6, a 4.0, a couple close to 3 pounds to get our biggest bag at 16.10 on Bass Track.
if you remember, Tommy, other than Toledo Bend last year to start the season, Alex Weatherall, his rookie year, his only top 10 was at the Sabine River. So even though he's from Connecticut, he seems to do well on these grimy type river, cypress tree bodies of water. Maybe that's his time in the opens, fishing the northerns at the places like the Chesapeake and the James River.
All right. All right, guys, it is 10:30. We got one keeper. We're just starting to get a couple bites. It has been bad slow for me, bad slow. Honestly expected to have I don't know if I expect to have a limit by now. I expect to have a few more bites, so kind of late in the day to make a move, so we'll stick it out, cross our fingers, we get 4 more. I mean, I know that if I had to go somewhere to catch a big one, it would be in this zone. So I just don't know about the quantity that's here. That's what I'm concerned about, but head down and keep plugging away. Missed 2 keepers right there in a row, both bit twice, so I'm hoping it was just cold this morning. They weren't really biting. Hope they're about to start biting. It'd be nice. And we still got, 5 hours or so we got plenty of time. Seems to happen, everything seems to happen in small bursts here. 1, 2, 3 bites real quick. So I don't know if you just get in the zone and they start biting little small time frames, not real sure, but a lot of dead water to get in a little bitty tiny zone with fish. So, but it's so hard to cover water right now effectively. I mean, we had a really cold night. Water temperature is, 12 degrees colder when we started, so I haven't really got bit great on moving baits today, even though that was the way to get bit in practice. Just feel like everything's a little cold this morning. And there's so much cover, it's hard to really slow down and cover water at the same time. So keep going nice and steady, and hopefully run across a few more. I don't feel bad, so. If I stay in the boat.
John Garrett, 26th Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. The previous Classic was almost a decade before that, 2017, as he qualified through the
Texas
college
as
bracket
well,
in Texas at Lake Conroe.
And John Garrett, first man out of the Classic cut to make the final day debut, and only had 6 bass for his 2 days. He had 28 pounds for basically 6 bass.
He had the Mercury big bass of the event, 812.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Better fish.
Nice one.
Definitely will help.
Dude, I almost didn't even set the hook. It just felt like a little bluegill. It's a nice fish.
Something's off when those fish are hitting a drop shot like a little bluegill. That's the third or fourth time I've heard him say
Yeah,
that.
that's right. He mentioned it up against that bulkhead. Hitting it like that. Keeping himself in it, though. Brian Schmidt. Trying to stay up with the likes of Bryant Smith, who's in second place right now. Alex Wetherell, the Connecticut angler, the man on top of our leaderboard. Big. All his weight came in at once. Giant lead for him. Patrick Downey all the way down to Logan Parks, our top 10 in action this morning.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Something that really helps me on the water is just to have a confident and peaceful mindset. Every single day I'm on the water. I don't really, try not to get spun out, just stay level-headed, fish as hard as I can, and really helps me to try to enjoy the day. Yes. Oh, rage bug. No matter how hard the day is, just keep pushing, not even push through, but just take it as like, hey, I'm out here fishing for a living. This is awesome. And just fish as hard as I can. At the end of the day, sometimes, maybe it works out. Beautiful. That feels so good. That feels so good.
Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, points leader to start this tournament. He will be in that league, at least until the weigh-in today. A great swing through Florida. Won in Florida last year, his rookie season. Keeping a positive, sort of relaxed attitude, that's got to help anybody in any sport.
Absolutely. Here we go.
Nope.
But the better one.
Ah, come here. Yes, sir. Finally, we got one with a little meat to it.
That will definitely help. Not the 8 or 9 pounder like he said. He thinks there'll be a few of those weighed in, but definitely an upgrade.
They're here. I'd like to get rid of you today, somehow.
Smallest one was a little bigger than I thought. He's not having a bad day.
Good swap, though, for sure.
Bryant Smith just landed his 5th keeper. He's over 15 pounds now. Brandon Lester's sighting. He's in 6th place. He's had a 5-pounders. 4 fish just came in at 10.5.
A lot of the anglers I talked to said this would be like a Florida event. Got to have 1 or 2 big ones because you're going to probably have a few small ones in that limit.
Still a good one.
Father Gill hooked up. I think it might be a little better one.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. A lot better one.
We needed that one.
A lot better.
Something at least.
That might have been one of the ones that he had on the bed. He was using perspective.
Needed that one. Yep. Yeah, it is.
Top of the mountain in the world of fishing as the world champion, the reigning world champion, and no way to go but up as far as his Elite Series fortunes go. Had a really rough start, uncharacteristically, totally unexpected rough start down in Florida, but somehow you're going to have faith in his ability to shake that off.
I think he had 2 finishes, Tommy, in his first 2 elites that were worse than his worst finish of the Opens, where there was 250 boats.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That does not make sense.
How good of a year.
Yeah. Oh, God, his year on the Opens was, we haven't even got in on that yet. That's incredible.
Solid fish.
Brock hasn't caught really many small ones and really hadn't really caught any big ones. He's going to have a bunch of 2s to 3s so far.
That's a little female. A little female. You're You see what I? Golly, my voice is gone.
Got the same pollen going on there as we have here.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of coughing, a lot of losing your voice.
And a lot of car wash fees if you're just trying to keep the thing.
I don't even try.
Man, update here. I'm trying to fix my bait right here real quick. Make sure it's got a snap right on it. But we are in a challenging situation trying to make the best out of it. I know the fish are around here. We're just trying to slowly work the areas that look the best. They're fighting to make them bite. So, I haven't caught any more than the 2 off this dock. And I don't really know why, other than the water being low. So I'm gonna ease out a little deeper right after this. See if we can get a bite. I'm trying to work this dock over really good after catching 2 off of it. 1 non-keeper and 1 big one. Just feel like it's got to be more. on the back side of it here too, but get it back in there. I don't have my forward-facing sonar because my bracket broke this morning and in the rough water, so I can't shine my active target under there and see if there's one under there or not. We get used to dock fishing a lot with the active target now, and it makes it so much easier when you know one's there. You can throw in there for it. Now I'm back to old-fashioned fishing, just cast under there and be surprised if you catch one. But that's all right. The wind is not really slowed down a lot. When we get right over here in this little area, it feels like it has, but then you get right back out there and you see the white caps. So I'm still dreading to ride back, I really am. So it'd be a lot better if I have a big old bag of bass. There we go. With the water dropping so much, see all that water line there, water's usually up on that stuff.
Good thing that house was so small, it'd taken him all the rest of the morning to be that meticulous about it.
Just hope no one was in there sleeping.
Hey, Tommy, you gotta, the jokes for the afternoon portion, you got me all choked up right
Oh,
here.
wait a minute.
Here we go.
John Garrett.
Small one.
There's something going there. Might keep. That'll be close.
Thought we had a camera on Al Linder there with that flannel shirt.
Yeah, the flannel shirt. Yeah. Different look. I like it.
Yeah. It's easier to sneak up on those fish if you're not wearing an elite jersey.
That's right. Yeah. Fluorescent green elite jersey. You know.
Yeah.
Nice one from Kyle Patrick, a 6-pound, 4-ounce on Bass Track.
Wow.
Get him just 2 ounces shy, 16 pounds, up to second place.
John mixing it up a lot with his lures. He's swimming a jig now. We saw him start out with a spinnerbait and then flipping a rage crawl, doing a lot of different things. Water temperature changed that much from practice until the first day of the competition. You certainly need to try to find out which bait.
That was a better one there. I think it left a good swirl anyway. It left a good swirl anyway.
There you go. He just missed a fish swimming a jig, and looks like he picked up a wacky rig stick bait.
I don't know why she didn't get it. Dang.
Beautiful shot right there. Unique landscape we have going on in coastal North Carolina. Alex Wetherill from Connecticut, way up the Atlantic. On top of 16 pounds and 10 ounces, Kyle Patrick just caught a big one, 6-pound plus, to put himself right behind Alex. Alex was kind of threatening to run away from everybody for a while. Bryant Smith, Seth Fider, Bob Downey, Jacob Perosnik, Smith, Zaldane, Lester, and Schlapper. Our top 10 for now. Blasting through the morning, stop number 3 for the 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite, the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River here in North Carolina. First time ever for the elites. In the Tar Heel State here, Alex Wetherell, 16 pounds and 10 ounces. Kyle Patrick, Bryant Smith, Jacob Perosnik, Seth Fider, and Bob Downey. Now we got Pat Schlapper too. We got the upper Midwest well represented in our top 10 here in North Carolina. But it's going to be Alex Wetherell, the guy on top. All his weights came in at one time. He was sort of out of range for us, and we're going to make him our Mercury move of the day.
Absolutely. And honestly, I've talked to a lot of anglers that said this has been happening during practice. You see the bite window there for Alex Wetherell. 10-17 to 10-25. Started out with a 5.5 pounder or 4 pounder, and then you see finishes out his limit. Not unusual, well, not surprising, I guess I should say, after talking to the anglers about how their practices went. Go for several hours and not catch a fish, and then all of a sudden you see there in about a 7-minute window, 8-minute window there, he catches a 16-10. Mercury move of the day.
Good job by the man from Middletown, Connecticut. Must not be warming up too much out there so far today.
Yeah.
Brock Mosley's got more clothes on than he's had all day. That wind will get to you after a while.
You know, we had a harsh winter, and then it recently had those 80-degree days in the Carolinas for about a week or a little more.
Catching a big one.
Put a lot of fish up on the bank, but then this cold front hurts them.
Like in that perfect transition, Tommy, where it's the temperature, if you're standing on land at the gas station, it's a nice short sleeve day.
Outside of the wind.
But when you get on the water, it's naturally 20 degrees hotter or 20 degrees cooler than what it says it is because of the wind or lack of it, you know.
With John Garrett being 44th and Shakurat in the teens, Shakurat on Bass Track has taken over the AOY lead by 2 points right now. See a little mix up there this week.
Boy, it really looks like the wind's not blowing a lot of these camera angles where these anglers are. I mean, that doesn't look like there's much wind at all. But there is.
There is. Get out of that sound. It's going to be a different look, and we'll see that towards the end of the day. We're going to have some anglers maybe starting back an hour, more than an hour before weigh-in. I've seen a few dramatic pictures, stills from out on the water this morning.
Yeah,
It is.
definitely. If you're not cautious, you can take a couple bigger waves than you expect. And we'll have to, at some point, we'll have plenty of time this week, but we'll do a little bit of a map deal, and we'll identify every creek and river that's possible, especially when we get 10 cameras into the weekend. We may see 3 or 4 or 5 rivers start to come in, play as well, and we'll start to see how big this playing field is. Day one, people play it close to the vest, like Brock said. Treat it like the Sabine. Keep yourself in the game on day one, and don't just go and ruin your whole tournament by doing something crazy.
Austin Felix, who went up near Curatech, just put in 2 4-pounders. He's up to 14 pounds at his limit.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Ronnie, and what Brock said. But then you also think, well, if you just take your time and don't Don't trash your equipment getting there. If
yeah.
you've got a good spot, it only takes a couple hours to catch a solid limit and come back. Just be smart if you make that run. You don't have to run 70 miles an hour in 4 and 5 footers. Take care of your equipment, your ambassador.
Yes, don't lose your ambassador.
And make it where your body feels good enough, Davey, to do the run again if you need to.
Yeah, and last but not least, take care of yourself.
Yeah, self last, that's the way it is.
Something drilled it. Just a little.
Brock's looking around a lot. The wheels between his ears is spinning. I sense he's thinking about making a move, doing something different.
We sure appreciate having you with us, Bassmaster Live, getting to crank up Bassmaster Live with the progressive Bassmaster St. Croix Elite here, the Pasquotank River, and we have already burned up about half of our fishing day already. So now's about the time that we are going to turn it over to over the waterfront park there in Elizabeth City, our fantastic host city. Kyle, Dave, Steve will be standing by, and who knows who else, getting ready to bring us some halftime fun with the halftime show. Take it away, guys.
Thanks very much. A great tournament, and I'm excited. I mean, I've spent a lot of time before we got here learning how to say Pasquotank River, and I think we've nailed it. I think everybody has spent a lot of time figuring that out, and we're going to figure some stuff out here during this halftime show. As always, joined by Kyle Jesse. We're going to go through a few fun segments. Of course, we're going to cover the tournament. That is the most important thing, and we're going to keep our eyes on everything going on. We're going to have our midday report. Then we're going to do a little buying and selling.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to hear from some of the anglers, what they had to say at Dock Talk yesterday, final day of practice. Some positives, some negatives. We're going to break that down, see if you're buying it or selling it.
Well, here's something I'm very excited about. We got two very special guests joining us during this. We have Chase Clark going to be joining us, a local expert, going to the Bassmaster Classic, Bassmaster Open winner. But are you ready for this? The last time we were here, 44 years ago. And guess who the champion was? The mighty Basil Bacon. And we're going to be joined by Basil Bacon, not on site, but we're going to get him remotely. And I'm excited about that. I'm a big Basil Bacon fan.
Absolutely. I hear he's quite the storyteller. I wasn't around when that tournament happened, so I'm really anxious to hear what he has to say about it, kind of break it down, how that went. Like I said, I'm just anxious to hear some stories.
Well, lots coming up. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget, follow us on Bassmaster.com all afternoon. And this weekend, you'll be able to see us on FS1. It is so good to have the Bassmaster Elite Series back in our lives. And we're happy to be here for you for the first time in 44 years. We get to break down the Pasquotank River here in beautiful Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
That's why we wear the best.
For the third stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, beautiful North Carolina. Our host state here. We're going to have two events here in the Carolinas, and this one obviously in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, for the first time in 44 years. Bass returns to the Pasquotank River, and this is by far the most talked about event. Before the season came out, I mean, when I saw the schedule came out, first of all, I was like, what? How do I say that? Number one, I was nervous, but the anglers were excited because it is untapped water for a lot of our anglers in the field.
There's no question. I mean, the anglers, I think, are excited about it. Every time the schedule comes out, obviously that's one of the big things we want to hit on as much as possible. New fisheries, places we haven't been to in a long time. I mean, over 40 years, that's quite a long time. people here in Elizabeth City are excited. Everybody you talk to is super jacked up that we're here, the Bassmaster Elite Series, and should be a fun week.
Great crowd at takeoff this morning, but we're all wondering what's going on in the water. So let's get caught up with our midday report and see what has been happening on the water. And I've been told by the locals that this bite will just continue to heat up throughout the day. And actually, our local expert who is looking at me right now said 11 o'clock is the witching hour around here when they start to bite. So we're going to have a fun halftime show breaking down that action, but let's have a look at how things have been going so far on this incredible bass playing field. I mean, it almost seems like there should be no limit here because you can go so far, but let's start things off with our brand new Bassmaster Classic champion, the second youngest Bassmaster Classic champion in history, 22-year-old Easton Fothergill.
I mean, what can you say about Easton Fothergill? Obviously just runs through the college series, has so much success. In the first year of his Opens career, 2 wins, immediately wins the Bassmaster Classic in just his second appearance, the second youngest Bassmaster Classic champion ever. Easton Fothergill, obviously not the greatest start of all time for the Elite Series. As a matter of fact, pretty bad start. So, you know, he wants to keep that momentum rolling and have a good finish here.
A guy that you knew would be a player here, Brian Schmidt. I mean, you put him on this part, put him anywhere with grass, but you put him on this side of the country, this is his kind of fishing.
No question. I mean, even though there's no tides here, that's something they've talked about a lot on the show so far. We've heard, you know, locals tell us the same thing. You just assume being this close to the ocean, tides are going to be a factor. But even if they're not, Brian Schmidt, if 2 components are available, you know he's going to be a factor. It's a river fishery. If tidal, well, I say 2. How about 3? If it's a tidal river, or, you know, submerged grass. This place has 2 of those things. Brian Schmidt's obviously going to be a one to keep an eye on this week.
Brian Schmidt, a 3-time Bassmaster winner, 2 Elite Series wins, and 1 Bassmaster Open win. But another guy that you look to when you come to this part of the country, and really, geographically, he's won everywhere. A 9-time Classic qualifier, Jacob Pasquotank.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no true locals at this event. You know, I know Jacob Pasquotank, where he's at, still a couple hours from here. But one of the ones you wanted to keep an eye on, of course, Jacob Pasquotank, like you said, so versatile everywhere he goes. So far this morning, he's locked a spinning rod in his hands. Looks like a wacky rig, maybe a shaky head. You know, he's fished close to this point, and he said that was part of his game plan, was going to stick close, try to fill his limit. Obviously, throughout the day, we've seen him upgrade. And, you know, he's going to need to keep upgrading to maintain the pace. But right now, 13 pounds in 5th place, that's a great start.
You have to feel like anglers like the last 2 we've looked at that have, I mean, I get it. He's a couple hours from here. He's not a local. But he understands this style of fishing. And on a fishery that is so vast like this, there's only so much you can break down and pre-fish. So you got to believe that this plays into their court even more.
No question. If you've ever been here, I mean, that's a giant advantage because you're talking about what I hear is 2 million fishable acres of water. I mean, that's just a crazy thought when you think about places like Toledo Bend nearing 200,000 acres. That's only scratching the surface of what's fishable here. So certainly having any knowledge of the body of water is going to be a massive, you know, deal for Jacob Pasquotank.
I mean, we're basically running a bass tournament on the ocean is what we're doing. I mean, the ocean is right there, and it is a beautiful part of the world, so make sure you come out here and visit this area. But if you do head here, there are certain baits, certain approaches that you think will play, and our Bass Pro Shops Top Lures is going to break that down.
Yeah, absolutely. Bass Pro Shops Top Tackle. Of course, having not been here in so long, there's no data to go off of like we've done the first 2 Elite Series tournaments. Even the Classic, we're able to look at some of that. But you know, everybody that I talked to leading into this event said you're going to see a lot of traditional, old-school style fishing. What does that mean? One of the first things you're going to think about when that comes up, of course, is a spinnerbait. You know, John Garrett, first thing this morning, we saw him throwing a spinnerbait. Not necessarily what you're looking at right there with Jacob Pasquotank, but a lot of the water we've seen so far this morning, shallow, wood. Obviously, a spinnerbait does really well around wood. It's definitely going to be a bait to keep an eye on. Moving on. A lot of guys that I've talked to that are staying close in the Pasquotank, you know, fishing local, not going to make the long run, talk about there's going to be more pressure around here. Like there's just going to be more anglers fishing. And I talked to Bo Browning this morning. He said in order to get bites, you know, he really had to slow down. Whether those fish are on beds and just harder to, you know, to get to bite, he was really having to slow down, fish slow, you know, pick apart each piece of wood. And, you know, that's going to be something to keep an eye on anytime you're, you know, in some phase of the spawn, whether they're on the bed, immediate post-spawn, that's going to be something to keep an eye on. So far, we've seen Brock Mosley, a couple of the guys on camera. You knew a vibrating jig was going to be a big factor.
Everywhere this time.
100%. Randy Howell obviously made the long run. That's what he's throwing a lot this morning. We've seen him have some success. Like I said, Brock Mosley, one of the absolute best in the business when it comes to throwing a vibrating jig. He's going to lock one in his hands. So that's also a bait we're going to have to keep an eye on.
And when you think about it, if that first bait that you showed, if chatterbait wasn't invented, that first bait would be an even bigger player. I mean, the reason you see less spinnerbait is because of a bladed jig.
No question. Obviously, once the chatterbait came along, a lot of guys, I wouldn't say completely moved away from a spinnerbait, but some of them certainly have. I mean, that's when you're covering water, just keeping the trolling motor on high, a chatterbait's going to be a bait to keep an eye on. However, that spinnerbait, that wire obviously kind of acts as a weed guard. So it's so much better around wood in some circumstances. You heard Brock Mosley talk about it earlier on live. He said he's spending a lot of his time getting his bait unhung. When that vibrating jig goes around wood, a lot of times you'll get some hang-ups, and that's no fun. But I'll tell you what is fun. The last thing I want to go over here, because we did see Randy Howell doing this earlier on in the day, throwing a frog.
Oh,
can we please get
some more of that?
Can we please get some top water action going here this week? Obviously, it was setting up to be a tournament. From what I hear from some of the locals I've talked to, a top water, a frog was going to be a major player. Obviously, heading into the 3 days of practice, have a cold front, water temperature, I wouldn't say plummets, but definitely drops.
The Elite Series is here. It's going to happen.
Absolutely. You can't help it. I mean, every time we show up anywhere, the weather's going to be adverse, to say the least. But definitely something to keep an eye on later on this week. I've heard guys finding water temperatures in the mid-70s in certain places. I don't know why a frog wouldn't work.
Well, and plus you got a lot of shallow water here. Those fish pull off, but not like a lot of fisheries where they pull way off. I don't think it's going to take a lot to push those fish up. And they got other stuff on their mind. And that's the reason that they don't want to leave those areas.
Yeah, no question. I mean, a lot of places, Tennessee River, places where those fish a lot of times will spawn and immediately go offshore, go to something secondary. A lot of these fish, I have to imagine, on these super, super shallow water fish, they're just going to hang around. There's really not a whole lot else to go to. Again, that's going to be something to keep an eye on all week, but that's going to be a shallow water beatdown, and we like to see that. We like to see Easton Fothergill throwing a top water here. I mean, as soon as we're talking about it.
I thought he couldn't do that. I thought he didn't know how to do that stuff. One of the coolest moments at the takeoff this morning, great crowd, but everybody, including the anglers, giving him a big round of applause. 22-year-old Bassmaster Classic champion. And just to give you kind of an idea of how impressive that is, I looked at 1 and 2, him and Trey McKinney, a combined age of 42 years old. 42 years old. Both of them trying to win the Bassmaster Classic. Our next guest, Basil Bacon, won 44 years ago. That gives you an idea of the youth movement in this sport. And Easton Fothergill, you're going to see him do a lot in this sport, and not just with forward-facing sonar.
There's no question. I mean, a very well-rounded angler. Obviously, he's incredibly good at forward-facing sonar, but we've seen him throw a jig today, throw a top water. This guy, growing up in Minnesota, moving to Alabama, he's well-versed, and I think we're going to see that this week.
Prosnick hooked up. That's not going to help him much, but Prosnick, as we said, I mean, he's used to this kind of fishing, but he's also, this time of year is a key time of year for Prosnick. You look at his trophies, he's done a lot this time of year.
No question. I mean, like I said, as soon as live started this morning and you see him with a spinning rod, springtime tournament, how many big ones have we seen over the years him catch on a wacky rig? I mean, it is every time that bait's going to play, Jacob Prosnick's going to play as well.
Back on the Bassmaster Elite Series at Randy Howell, and we're happy to have him here. Obviously a former Classic champion and another player this time of year.
No, absolutely. And one thing that Ronnie Moore and I talked about earlier on this week was the fact that, Randy Howell is originally from this area.
North
so
Carolina.
Obviously grew up fishing here. I heard him say that this morning as a teenager with his dad. So a place that he's more familiar with, again, than a lot of our field. And certainly looks like he's doing something different. Made a super, super long run this morning. Certainly going to keep an eye on him the rest of the day.
Long runs are going to be a big thing here this week. A lot of the gas companies are happy to see us roll into town because there are going to be a lot of gas pumping. And a guy who has made some big runs in the past, Brock Mosley, we've seen him do the big run in Orange all the way over to Houston. And Mosley got a camera on him this week. a guy who was perennial kind of bridesmaid, always the guy who finishes second. Well, he shed that just a few years ago in Orange, Texas, and people have described this fishery as Orange, Texas with much bigger bass.
Yeah, that's what I hear. We're still waiting to see, you know, the Florida weights. I know Matt Greshek in the preview story mentioned that it's the Sabine River basically with Florida weights. The weights are getting there, and like you said, if this afternoon bite holds up, like a lot of people are saying it will, maybe we'll see that by the time weigh-in rolls around.
Well, we can't go through our anglers without looking at our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. What an incredible Florida swing he had, John Garrett, and had some big shots in the Classic, too. I mean, he has been living and dying on the big bite this season.
There is no doubt. I mean, right off the bat in the Classic, I want to say it was one of the first fish we saw come across Bass Track was an 8-pounder from John Garrett. Obviously, that day didn't go extremely well for him. The rest of the day only had 4 keepers, but here's what I got to know. What's the deal with this shirt? Because this is the same shirt he was wearing at the St. John's River. Maybe it's a lucky shirt.
I think so. I mean, it's the Kenora dinner jacket if you ask Jeff Gustafson. But if that shirt is catching the fish that he caught on the St. John's River, giant day, I would just keep wearing that shirt.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, John has certainly had a special year this year. Slower morning this morning. I know that first keeper he got in the boat was a huge relief. So definitely hoping for a better afternoon to keep that top spot in Progressive AOY standings.
Well, we've heard about big runs at big risks, but big bass here. And Randy Howell hooked up with what we heard is a 5-pounder. And speaking of big things, Basil Bacon's going to join us next. I mean, 44 years ago he won, and you weren't even, I don't even know. Were your parents together then?
I don't know. Probably not.
Randy Howell got one of the good ones, but we'll be right back with one of the great ones that is Basil Bacon and more action from On the Water Bassmaster Halftime Show. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Beautiful North Carolina, the host for our third stop of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. And what a fishery. We have been looking forward to getting to the Pasquotank River, and a lot of stories about just so many things that are going on. But the focus groups have spoken. You guys want to see fish, and we're going to show you fish. Let's get out on the water right now with Randy Howell, former Bassmaster Classic champion, and one of the guys we got a camera with here today. 102 anglers in the field. And Howell hooked up.
Finally. Well, I had to work that hard off them around them pilings to get that one. You find the hole to get it down in. The grass is so thick. Yeah, that's a keeper. Finally. Chatterbait. Put him over here on the little side. All right. Let's get another one, 2 more right here.
From Randy Howell, also moments ago, I'm going to slide over and check out Jacob Poroznik. Man, it looks like he's fished the same area all day. Every time we've seen him. I mean, a neighborhood I'd love to live in.
I just don't know. Ow.
Not sure if that's going to call for Lord Vader. Nope.
I thought that was the one.
Not going to help?
I thought that was the one. It's all right. It's going to come. Too many of them biting.
We'll keep an eye on the action on the water, and as it happens, we'll bring it to you. Mikal Jesse, we're going to have a little fun with buying and selling. What are we buying and selling here this week?
Yeah, our crack reporter, Craig Lamb, obviously over there yesterday at Dock Talks Photo Gallery on Bassmaster.com, getting quotes, kind of hearing things out, seeing what the anglers are saying about the tournament. I'm going to give you a few of the quotes from Dock Talk, and you're going to tell me if you're buying it or selling
All right.
it, okay? Let's go right off the jump here. Corey Johnston said, it's going to fish extremely small. It would be a whole different ball game if there was less wind. 2 million acres of fishable water, but it's going to fish small. You buying it or selling it?
I'm selling. I mean, there's nothing small about this fishery. I mean, that is, how is this going to fish small? I mean, no, he's a liar.
I think I might actually disagree with you here, at least for now. It seems like a lot of the time, I'm buying it for now. Because a lot of the guys that we've seen on camera that have kind of, stayed close, haven't made the long runs, from what I understand, you heard it from Randy Howell, first thing when he made it to his spot this morning, is that when he was crossing the sound, it was roaring out there, and sounded like he was not looking forward to making that run. I think that exactly is why a lot of guys have stayed close. I'm buying it for now. I hope later on in the week we get some better wind conditions, and that's not the case, but I think I'm buying it for now, okay?
Okay.
Jacob Fouts, second quote we got. The winning weight's going to be between 85 and 92 pounds. That's a pretty big gap, and so far from what we're seeing, that seems high, right? What are you buying or selling it?
As the guy who does the weigh-in, I want to buy. I want to buy hard. I'm going to say it's going to be 80 plus.
Okay.
But we're going to need to see, I think, weather-wise, if it stayed the way it was in pre-fish, I think you probably would have been pushing for that. But I'm going to say we're 80 plus. I don't know we'll get up to 90, but I would love to see it happen. I mean, I'm looking at a man who claims to have caught a 10-pounder here just a few weeks ago, so they do live here.
So you're buying it? Are
you
buying it?
I'm buying it. Sure, I'm buying it. Yeah.
I'm going to buy it too.
Apprehensively buying it.
I think, yeah, I'm with you. We're being optimistic here. Let's be honest. I think this happens a lot on day ones. A slower start. We've seen the weights, a little bit lower maybe than we would have expected to this point. Weigh-in starts, somebody brings in a big bag. It seems like it's just a snowball effect. It continues to happen. Bass Track is only so accurate on day one, it seems like. I don't know if there's something to that, but it seems like a lot of guys sandbag more on day one. I don't know if that's actually the truth, but it sure seems to be the truth. So I'm buying it as well.
I don't know that they sandbag any less as the tournament goes on. I just think we put a camera in their boat, and they're not able to sandbag anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, put that in as a 2-pounder. I'm not going to do that. Quote number 3, Tucker Smith said, catching 5 keepers will be tough. You think that's going to be true? Because, we've seen guys like Jacob Brosnick, every time you go to him on the water, he's setting the hook. I don't know how many keepers he's caught today, but it seems like he's caught about 40 of them.
I'm selling that. I'm not buying that. I believe we'll see a lot of limits. You got 102 anglers. You're on a fishery that we haven't been. You've got stuff to overcome here. Those long runs come with risks. So you're going to have some people that don't have a limit. But I am told I do not think that's going to be the norm in this tournament.
I agree. I think I'm selling it as well. However, I will say that this morning was, fishing was slow this morning. It wasn't great, I'd say, off Bass Track. If you look at the Bass Track numbers in the first hour, there was only 13 catches recorded from 7 a.m. takeoff to 8 a.m. Now,
you just said they're low lying on day one, too, earlier.
Well, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. 13 catches, obviously not many. A lot of that has to factor in. A lot of guys are making long runs. In that first hour, they probably didn't even make a cast, a lot of the anglers. So, I'm still going to sell it, but I think maybe it's more true than we will see. Because there's some of the guys we've seen have no problem catching a limit, and then, Randy Howell, not yet on a limit, but he's catching that better than average size quality to this point. So I'm going to sell it, but I think it might be more true than I thought. Because when I put it on there originally, it was basically just to give Tucker a hard time, because I figured by this time we'd see everybody have a limit.
I have faith. They'll catch him.
Last but not least, Greg DePalma said, This tournament will be won by an angler making a long run. We've seen some of that this morning. We've seen a lot of guys stay close. You buying or selling that? Early on in the tournament, it's hard to say.
That's really tough, too. I mean, you got to commit to something. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say you're going to see a long run. I think you could win it here, but I think it's going to be a longer run just simply because the amount of anglers that I talk to that are making that long run. So I'm buying that.
I'm buying that as well. I think, you know, if you look at the Doc Talk gallery, the one thing that was consistent is even the guys that said they weren't going to make a long run, you know, they admitted that if you could or if you had, you know, the willingness to do it, a lot of the better than average size quality was going to be, you know, those hour-plus runs. So I'm going to buy that as well, but it is certainly hard to say this early on in the event.
Of the anglers you talk to, who's making the longest run? Or what? Even if you don't want to say their name, what was the longest run you had heard of?
Well, it was just this morning. I hadn't even talked to him, but it looks like the run that John Croix made. Obviously, they showed him on live early on. Yeah, basically. All the way back up to Virginia, it appears. But obviously made a big wave this morning with the 614. That got the buzz going a little bit. He made an extremely, extremely long run. So far, that's the longest I've heard, but as far as mileage is concerned, I don't know, Mercer. I mean, 2 million acres, I have no idea who's the longest. They're all long.
Iconelli told me if it doesn't go his way today, tomorrow he's going tuna fishing. So, which you could legitimately do here.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, we're not far from the ocean. I've heard Randy Howell talk about some of the brackish water. That's certainly available. And then the ocean itself is not very far from here.
Well, we'll see who was buying and who was selling, but we're going to have somebody who actually knows a lot more about this fishery than us in just a few minutes. Going to be joined by Chase Clark, and obviously somebody that you know well and somebody that we're going to get to know very well with the Classic coming up in Knoxville, Tennessee.
No doubt about it. Chase Clark, absolute hammer, a guy that I got to fish against in college, cover in college, you know, taking photos out on the water, and made a splash early on this year. Going to fish the Bassmaster Classic next year. Having a great season so far, and he knows a lot more about this place than we do, like you said. So it's going to be interesting to talk to him about that and get more insight.
All right, I got one for you. Buying or selling? Chase Clark, going to be a stellar guest. Buying or selling?
I'm buying it.
I'm buying it. All in. All in. Atop the leaderboard, Alex Wetherell with 16 pounds, 10 ounces. Kyle Patrick recently added a 6-pounder. He's moved into second. Brian Smith in third. And you see those weights are starting to climb up there. We'll be right back from the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Welcome back in, and here we are in beautiful North Carolina. We'll be in South Carolina for the next event. And this is a venue we have not been in a very, very long time. Exactly 44 years ago, Basil Bacon won here. But I'm joined by a local hotshot that doesn't live here anymore. But we're going to get used to seeing a lot of him because it took a big victory in the Bassmaster Opens on Clark's Hill. And, hey, guess what happens? When you win on the Bassmasters, you get to relive this for a long time, Chase Clark. How good is that looking back at a victory? No stress or anything.
Oh, that looks good. That looks really good. It's been a little while since I've seen that footage, but to get an opportunity to weigh in front of you in the Bassmaster Classic next year because of some of these fish I caught that final day at Clark's Hill, just incredible and a dream come true for me.
I have a hard time believing you. I feel like you've watched this quite a bit. You've had to have watched this footage a good amount.
I have.
And you should. You should. You know how hard it is to win an Open and hard it is to qualify for the Bassmaster Classic. But you're going to be a big part of that. You had a great crowd there that day, but the crowd's going to be a whole lot bigger in Knoxville, Tennessee. And how often do you look at the trophy?
I look at it every time I get home, especially when I have a bad event.
Yeah.
We just got a lot of rain in Arkansas, and getting home to that trophy, that was a good sign when I got home for sure.
What did you think when you first saw this body of water on the schedule?
I thought about my season last year and what I could have done differently to have put myself in this position to be here this year. I was just so excited. I mean, it's a great venue, a great town, and these guys are really going to help showcase what this place is capable of this week.
Well, talk to us a little bit about your journey because, you know, you just told us off camera you grew up just 45 minutes from here and then, you know, fished here a ton, moved to Alabama to go to school. Tell us a little bit about your journey to get to the point you're at right now.
Right, so I grew up in Virginia Beach, about 45, 50 minutes from right here, Waterfront Park on the Pasquotank River. And me and my dad would come down here and fish local tournaments. And one of the biggest trails around here growing up was ran by a former Bassmaster Classic qualifier, Danny Joe Humphrey.
Okay.
And it was called the Bojangles Trail. So I grew up fishing that. And then when I got a little bit older, I went down to Auburn University to pursue the college fishing. And now to the next level in the Opens. And then hopefully on that camera before too long.
We would love to see you there. You've had a little bit of an opportunity to see what's happening on the water. What stands out to you? How would you be fishing this tournament if we could put you in this tournament?
So I think I've thought about it a lot, and I think that the Pasquotank is one of the best rivers on this body of water, on the Admiral Sound. But I think in order to win over 4 days, you have to leave at some point. And I think the X factor is what day you plan to leave, what the wind's doing, where's it blowing into and coming out of, and whoever can predict that correctly and make a big move, big weight on their long run day, I think that's the person that prevails and wins this tournament.
Now, you mentioned, which day you go. Do you think the wind will hold up for the next 3 days after today for a certain guy like a Randy Howell or the guys making a long run to do it for, all 4 days?
I haven't seen which direction it's going which day, but one way to approach it is typically when the water's coming in, you don't want to go there. You want to go where the water's going out of, and you may not have even practiced there. Some guys might take a chance on Saturday and just go somewhere totally different and come up with a really big bag. You just never know on this place because it truly does have some giant fish in it.
So you want the water leaving?
You want the water going out, absolutely.
Because a lot of time, and this isn't as stereotypical tidal fisheries, but a lot of tidal fisheries, people want to be there when the water's the highest. Why is this one like that?
I'm really not sure why it's better when it's going out. I think it just pulls the bait out of the creeks, and when it's backing in, the fish push in, and it comes way up into the trees, so they're harder to access, harder to position, and you just can't get to them.
Well, set it up for us, because that's something that, Steve Bowman and I, when we were talking about this event a few weeks ago, just almost assumed that it was tidal, but that's not the case. However, there is water fluctuation here. Kind of explain that to somebody that's maybe not as familiar, like myself.
Right, so it's basically, even though it's full of rivers, this place, it's essentially a big pond because it's so wide and so shallow. So when the water blows one direction, it blows the water from one side to the other. So therefore, it'll drop the depth on one side, bring it up on the other, vice versa. Or if it blows from the east, it can do that across all of the rivers. And then from the west, take the water out of all the rivers. So it just really, really depends on the depth of the water and the wind direction, all that stuff, depending on where you're at on the sound.
What we've seen is kind of postcard bass fishing, I call it. That's when you dream of bass fishing, that's what you're thinking of. Is this what's going to dominate this tournament? As the week goes on, we get more cameras in the water. Is that what we can expect to see this week?
I think so. I think what these guys are doing, we have Randy Howell, looks like he's in the Alligator River fishing some offshore grass. Brian Schmidt in a canal right here at the mouth of the Pasquotank River. You're going to see stuff like this. It's just a matter of where they're at. They could go to Little River, could go to Perquimans. There's a lot of places to go, and whoever runs into a wave of them pulling up or a wave of them setting up is going to make a big run at this thing.
Easton Fothergill doing what Bassmaster Classic champions do, and that's catch fish and put another one in the live well there.
I want you to talk to us about that, because you fished against Easton Fothergill in college. To a lot of people, he might have snuck up on us, but for guys that cover the college series, fish the college series, Easton Fothergill's been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, I know. The first couple of Elite Series events, people were talking about, what's happening with Easton. And then he wins the biggest tournament ever, the Super Bowl. But really and truly, for a guy like me who's fished against him for the past few years, he's my pick to win every tournament. He's just that good.
People were talking about him. He took that personally.
And hey, I'm honest, and I will say this. I am less shocked that he won the Classic and still more shocked at what happened to him in Florida. Not that anybody's impervious to bad tournaments, but Easton traditionally has not been that guy. I mean, a bad tournament for him is generally not near as bad as some others. Where he was living those first 2 Elite Series events, that is not where you can expect to see him. And that's easy to say now, but literally I'm less shocked that he won the Classic than I am what happened in Florida.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, even when we went to Okeechobee, St. John's River, a new place to him, somewhere he hadn't been, you could kind of understand maybe struggling there. But then he goes to Okeechobee, a place that he, finished
well.
in the top 10 the year before in the Opens, and you expected, well, he's going to get the train back on the tracks here and, have a good event. But certainly not the case. But, yeah, he backed it up really well. Chase, I got to ask you this. So you went to Auburn, fished at Auburn. I don't think it's getting enough attention what a lot of the former anglers and current anglers at Auburn University are doing. I mean, yourself, I hate to do this because I'm going to leave somebody off. But Logan Parks, obviously Tucker Smith. You got a guy like Connor Jacob, just fished the Classic. Jake Peck's already won a college tournament this year on the Bassmaster Series. There is so much talent that has came from Auburn University in the last few years, and you say there's more coming.
There's definitely more coming. Before Logan Parks was the president, we had a couple other guys that helped set the foundation for him. Logan took over and built a culture on that team that has transpired into some great anglers, some great talent. He recruited Tucker Smith, already a very, very accomplished angler when he was in high school, and then that program has just since continued to improve when Logan graduated, and now you have new college series champions from Auburn like Jake Peck, who I'm sure are going to be moving up into the Opens the next few years.
That's that's absolutely true, and I mean the quality of angler there, again, that it is just something special. And the one thing I want to hit on as well is not only the quality of angler, but you guys are doing it by yourselves. You don't have a coach. A lot of the schools out there that have a lot of success are doing it with a coach. There's no
I had no
coach.
idea that Auburn
Student ran.
Totally student ran. We get the team gets the sponsors on their own, works with the different businesses, and I think that helps them build the business relationships.
Wow.
And since there's no coach to help with hotels, you really have to do it all on your own. And I think that really helps our team prepare us for the next step, which is the Opens.
Well, if you are living proof of that, it definitely shows that it prepared you. And like I said, if you lose a big fish on Bassmaster TV, you're going to have to relive it. But if you win a big tournament, you're going to have to relive it. And let's look back at that Open win one more time with Chase Clark. And we asked, buying and selling is going to be a great guest. We both bought, and I said we bought smartly because, Chase, you did a great job. And I hope to see many more of these kinds of moments for you in the future.
Oh, me too. That was a few big ones at Clarks Hill, and that's what it's going to take this week here on the Pasquotank River, some big ones.
Winning weight, what do you think it's going to be?
81 pounds, and somebody's going to have a 25-pound plus day to do that.
Big bass, what's it going to be?
It's going to be over 9 pounds. I'm not going to say double digits, but it will be over 9 pounds in my opinion.
I mean, I want a double digit. I feel like we got a little jolted in Texas. We didn't have one double digit in Texas. I think we're due a double digit, so let's make it happen. And I'm buying and selling one more time, Kyle Jesse. Will we see this dude on the Elite Series?
Absolutely. It's a matter of time. Chase Clark's going to be here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, joining a lot of his Auburn, anglers that he went to school with. It's going to happen.
Well, I look forward to that happening, and I look forward to hanging out with you here this week. Thank you for your help here during this segment. You look at your leaderboard right there. Alex Wetherell still leading, 16 pounds, 10 ounces. What's today's winning weight going to be?
24 pounds.
24. I like the way this kid is thinking. We'll be right back from the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. Bassmaster Halftime Show. Caught that. Yep. Welcome back into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats, North Carolina. The state that we are visiting for the third stop of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. And big talk about the Pasquotank River coming into this, and a very, very storied fishery. We haven't been here a lot, but you've got a lot of obstacles and things you can overcome. There's gators here, there's great white sharks here, and there is big bass here, and we're going to see some of them. Chase Clark told us our big bag of the day going to be 24 pounds, he said, and we will see a 9-pounder here today. But let's have a look in right now. Brian Schmidt out on the water.
Stop.
So Brian Schmidt doing a little culling there. Pretty lackluster hook set there. I mean, I don't, not much to see here by the looks of that hook set. We saw Prosnick rip a fish halfway across the deck just a few minutes ago. But now we're joined by Steve Bowman with Bo Knows. And what exactly does Bo know here today?
Bo knows a lot, actually. But
Allegedly.
Maybe not so much. But what I do know is we're going, it's not too early to talk about the AOY race. And there's a reason for that. And so for number one in the Bo Knows, there's only one time in the last 20 years of Elite Series, it's actually 19, that an AOY winner has matched what John Garrett has done the first two events of this series.
Really?
Right. And that was Skeet Reese in 2010. But Garrett's had a fourth and a second, which is an average third place finish in these deals. So, I mean, he's all, and we know what, we remember what Skeet Reese did in 2010. He smoked the field all year long, right?
Incredible.
So, the other thing that, to look at that too is Chris Johnston, when his last year, he had a 7th and a 38th, which is way down there. And then we had Kyle Welcher was the 13th and 15th, which was pretty respectable,
Solid,
14th. Yeah. Brandon Palaniuk was the 20th and 26th the year before that. So, these quick starts or these good above average starts actually mean something. But number two in what Bo knows is a bad start doesn't prevent you from winning an AOY championship. And Brandon Palaniuk, who we just mentioned, is a prime example of that. In 2017, he had a 12th place at the first tournament of the year and 105th in number two. And then with Aaron Martins in 2015, he was 85th at the Sabine River and 24th at Falcon Lake. So there's still time for things to happen, but those quick starts really matter. Now, what Bo knows number three is kind of near and dear to my heart because it was in 1981 at this very tournament that our sport changed for the better.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't understand that. But we had a tournament here in 1980, and we had this big bay behind us, and we brought in the fish, weighed the fish, dumped them back in the bay, and a lot of them didn't survive, right? It broke a lot of people's hearts and everything. Come back in 1981. Dr. Lauren Hill. Everybody remembers Kenyon Hill. With his dad, Dr. Lauren Hill was kind of the Gene Gilliand of the time, right? Comes back, says, I don't understand what's going on. The pH is perfect. They start to weigh in. Fish are dying in the bay. So they check the pH. It goes 4. So the interesting thing about this is they went back and checked. It was 4, and they said it's coming from the silt. So the next 2 days of the tournament, Ray Scott would make them stop way out there past the point. You can't even see it on the camera, and troll in on their trolling motor so they wouldn't stir the silt up and kill the fish.
Wow.
And that was just the start of that, because the end of the deal of that was this is the tournament in 1981 that gave birth to the live release boat that you see right behind Dave and Kyle. We carry two live release boats to every elite event and to every event that we have, and that started right here in Albemarle Sound.
Wow.
So I know something there, Dave.
Hey, you do. I mean, a lot of old stuff.
Well, that's because I'm old.
I mean, it's hard to imagine not having the live release boats. To think that far ago or that long ago, right here, this was, essentially the place that kicked that off. That is a special little nugget there, Bowman.
Well, that's good stuff. Enough of you, Bowman.
All right, I'm out.
I'll see you. Dave knows. Go on, get. Thank you for Bo Knows, and great stuff. And obviously, we've been trying to get Basil Bacon on. We had a little connection, and he won that tournament in 1981. We will keep trying to get him on this week. But, Kyle Jesse, we're going to look at a little fantasy fishing.
Absolutely. TH Marine, Bassmaster, Pick'em Challenge. Okay, this is what we've done every single event to this point. We're going to run through 3 of the 7 matchups, and you're going to make your picks. I'm going to make my picks. And by the end of the tournament, we're going to see who's right or wrong. I hate to admit that it's basically been you right almost every time.
It really
me
has
wrong
been
almost
wonderful.
every single time.
It really has
so,
been glorious.
Hopefully this week is going to be the week that we turn things around here. All right, to start us off, we got the Tar Heel Tangle. 2 guys from North Carolina, the Tar Heel State. We've got Matt Airy versus Shane LaHue, which I'm told neither of the two are UNC fans, so they just got roped into that without any say.
Ronnie was really hung up on that in the podcast.
Sure
Wow.
He sure was. We went over it for a good while. Matt Airy, Shane LaHue, who you got in that matchup?
Tough to pick against either of them here. I mean, and Shane LaHue having a good season, but guess what? I like cute kids, and Matt Airy's got cute kids that draw him every week when he leaves for a tournament. It's one of the coolest things. Check out his social media. His daughters draw a chalk drawing on the driveway of where he's going, and just to wish him luck. So just for those little girls, I'm going Matt Airy.
All right, I'm going to take the opposite approach.
You don't like kids. I get it.
I wouldn't say that. I sure hope that's not the case because I'm getting ready to have one here before too long. So I'm going Shane LaHue, obviously a guy that has made his career off of being versatile. That's one of the things that makes him so special. He makes the Classic literally every single year. Nobody really talks about him. One of the more underrated anglers, you could say, on the Bassmaster Elite Series. You know, we look back, St. John's River, we see him catching giant bedfish, doing different things during that tournament. I got Shane LaHue in this matchup. That's where we're going. Moving on, second matchup. We're going right up to the top. Top 2 in AOI. We got John Garrett versus John Cox. Battle of the Johns, battle of the top 2 in AOI, whatever you want to call it. Who you got in that matchup?
Ooh. Again, tough to pick either of them. I mean, they're both. I'm going John Cox. I mean, just because he's got a little redemption after the Classic. I mean, had a great Classic. But, I mean, it's so hard to pick against Garrett this year, the way he's fishing, though. But I'm going John Cox. I mean, just because, I mean, the world's a happy place when John Cox is catching them.
On paper, I mean, you take a look at the aerial shots. Everything about this place looks right up John Cox's alley. I mean, he loves this style of fishing. You know he's out there having a good time right now, one way or another. Like
Doesn't know how not to have a good time.
Absolutely. I'm going John Garrett, though. John's had this little pattern of day 2s. You know, having great day 2s, really propelling up the leaderboard. Today, we've seen on live, hasn't been the best performance so far. But, you know, he got a solid keeper in the boat earlier. That calmed him down. Still a long time to fish. Even if today doesn't go well for him, John Garrett's going to have a big day 2. He's going to keep that trend up. I'm going John Garrett.
Can't lose in that bracket.
Absolutely. All right, Drew times 2. This is the final matchup we're going to go over.
These are the worst brackets ever. Like, you've gone through and picked, okay, who is the 2 anglers we can put together that you can't win or lose by picking? I'm going with a Drew. I mean, literally, I mean, sight fishing, I mean, they're the 2 best at it, I would say, on tour. I mean, John Cox is there, but, I mean, whenever you can look at them, they are the players. And, I mean, literally, I would flip a coin on this one. I mean, which Drew do you want?
I was hoping you'd pick first. I'm going with Drew Benton. Like you said, 2 of them mirror each other so well as far as styles are concerned. Anytime you get to a springtime event, even, you know, events you think, you know, spawning fish aren't going to play, they'll still figure out a way to do it. You know, obviously, Drew Benton's win at Lake Murray, we saw that. We thought it was completely post-spawn. He wins with a large number of spawning fish. I think these guys, whether they're looking at them or not, that's one of the things we're going to have to keep an eye on. If the water's clear enough in these areas for them to visually look at them, even if not, these 2 are so good at springtime fishing. Like you said, you could easily pick either one of them and feel confident about it, but I'm going Drew Benton, rather.
Well, then I'll go Drew Cook, definitely. And they are also, the thing to remember about them, in some ways, the sight bite, getting a little cooler and fish pushing off, in some tournaments it actually helps them because they're so good and so dominant at that technique that they catch them when other guys say, hey, we're not going to look at them. They find a way to look at them. So I'm saying, again, you cannot lose with either of these guys, but I am all in with Drew Cook.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, these guys, like you said, every time there's a possibility that fish are on beds, they're going to find them. And to your point, I mean, you have to imagine they probably enjoy those tournaments where most guys aren't going to do that. You know, I mean, water temperature in the 60s is mostly what we're hearing. That cold front kind of bumped it back down from what it was maybe a week or two ago. That might set up well for both of those guys.
Well, great picks, and we'll see how it works out. I mean, I'd like to see a leaderboard of our picks. I mean, I'm sure that'll show up when you start winning more. But until then, just trust me, I am trouncing him. I mean, I'm very good at fantasy fishing when nothing's on the line. But don't go anywhere. We're going to shut her down here from the site, but halftime show will be done, but we're going to head back to the studio. Tommy, Davey, Ronnie, Such, the whole gang there breaking down the action. We got 6 anglers or 6 cameras on the water. As the week goes on, we'll add more and more, 10 cameras through the weekend, and let's see who's going to win this one.
No doubt. Obviously, looking at the leaderboard right there, starting to get there.
A lot of questions going into this tournament, but they're all going to get answered, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Progressive Bassmaster Elite, the St. Croix Elite at Elizabeth City, New Jersey, is sponsored by Mercury, by Powerpole, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us. We got a 3-hour run to the final minutes, at least for the first flighters here among our 102 anglers fishing on day 1 of 4 days of fishing the Pasquotank River, Albemarle Sound, and all connected waterways. We've got a giant playing field here, and we have had a lot of action. We've seen a lot of fish catching today. We're waiting for some giants to come along, and we've been kind of promised that through the run-up to this tournament, and I have no doubt it's going to happen sooner or later. I've seen some good ones come up on the leaderboard. We're with 6 anglers all day long, and one of them is this man right here, former Classic champion Randy Howell. So we put one really good one in the boat earlier.
Not a lot of numbers, but the quality has been good for Randy.
Had one more not quite that big from the same area.
One of the very few anglers we've seen fishing grass. I thought we would see almost all of these anglers fishing vegetation. Brian Schmidt said there's beautiful milfoil, and he loves to fish vegetation. He said, I just was not able to find the right area. Randy Howell said that his only good day of practice was around some good vegetation. Vibrating jig, one on a frog, but multiple 5-pounders.
Take it from Randy over to our reigning Classic champ, Easton Fothergill. This was just moments ago.
Oh, he's barely hooked. No. Yes. Oh, we're going to get a bag now. I got him figured out.
Four 4.5 pounder.
The bigs are in the middle. Yep.
If you didn't quite catch that, he said, we're going to get a bag now. I've got them figured out.
Yeah, so I started the first day of practice in here. And I caught a couple really good ones on the bank, in the dirt. And as you can see, all the cypress trees and stuff are out of the water now. The wind kind of blew all the water out of here. And that has these fish they're on the last structure they can grab, and they're also roaming out in the middle a bunch right now. There's a great big one right here. But yeah, it seems like, I mean, obviously there's big ones on the bank too, but if you can find one in the middle of these pockets, just roaming the mud, I mean, those have been the two biggest ones I've caught so far, so. I still have two tiny ones in there. If I can get rid of those two, honestly, probably get back closer to the ramp. I'm a little nervous about that wind. It's gotten a lot more gusty, but yeah, it's kind of the adjustment I made, just slid out a little bit deeper. Same exact areas, just the water's falling out and pulled the fish out with it.
Yep. Well, we got two good ones. I got two good ones, and a lot of fish, a lot of bucks. You know, I just think the females are. I see some, you know, sitting around out here and stuff. So I just don't think that that they've gotten up there yet. You know, I mean, I caught those two good ones right away, but I think more of the fish are from here this way than they are from here that way, if that makes sense. And I'm just trying to like let it rest for a little bit and then come back and, you know, and fish. But there's plenty of fish in here to be caught, and there's plenty of big ones. They just got to get up here and start doing their thing. They're just, we call it the spawn, that funk they get in, and it's just one of those things where they just don't want to bite. They don't want to do nothing until they get up here and start protecting their bed, or, you know, they're ready to go. So I don't know. We're just gonna keep grinding away. That's all you can do. Hopefully catch a big one. You know, we're one bite away from being really good. So, and I mean, here any cast you can catch an 8 to 10 pounder. So we're ready. I'm ready.
Jacob Pasquotank sitting in 8th place as it stands right now.
I'm ready to get her.
Gotten the numbers today. I think I wanted some big ones to show. You got a couple of good ones.
Yeah, he's one of the anglers that I think decided to stay close today with hopes of being able to make those longer runs tomorrow, Saturday.
Ready to catch
Sunday.
that big old sucker on live TV.
You're just picking up with us. The Pasquotank River is one of the connecting waterways to the giant Albemarle Sound here on the coast of North Carolina. Several other connecting rivers, waterways, canals, and so forth. Makes this a vast playing field. You can launch here from Elizabeth City and make a run up to Virginia Beach if you want to. It's completely doable. You wouldn't have much fishing time left, but you know, you'd be at Virginia Beach.
Be a beautiful route to travel, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorgeous camera shots we've been seeing from this area that our Elite Series anglers have never competed on as Elite Series anglers.
Try to reel it out too fast. And that's what happens.
Series champion 2014 at Toledo Bend. He's won a bunch of other tournaments too, opens. Mentioned earlier he won the AOY championship tournament, not the championship itself, but the tournament that was held up in Michigan.
Yeah, so he's won at Toledo, sight fishing. Won at Smith in the fall, I believe.
An open, yeah.
Smith Lake in the fall. And then he wins the AOI championship on smallmouth up north.
Yeah.
I'd say he's a pretty good angler. He did come in. He was one of the reasons we changed the Rookie of the Year to a money threshold, because we were like, this guy's not a rookie. He's way too good to be considered a rookie. And we were right. I mean, he had been a long touring pro before he came to the Elite Series.
He's a great angler. I mean, all these elite anglers are, but I mean, he's exceptional at this time of the year, doing what he's doing. I mean, he really is one of the best in the world.
Like since the Drews have came on strong, I don't disagree. They're some of the best sight fishermen I've ever seen and met. Before the Drews came on the tour strong, guys like Pasquotank and Blaylock, they had like the month of April locked down. They were the ones that you'd see show up. And so you got a couple more guys who've claimed this. Like you claim, what, May? Are you a May? You're Mr. May.
May.
Tommy is, if the date's on the calendar, he's good to go.
That's no, not every day, that's for sure. That's a look at the vastness of this place. Water available to these anglers. It literally is millions of acres. Of course, you're not going to be able to make it to all of those and fish, but hey, we love seeing people try. Watching the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River here from Elizabeth City, New Jersey, our fantastic host city. Day number 1 action here. We sure appreciate you being with us on this day when we get to restart the Bassmaster Elite Series after our classic break. We got plenty of the series left. We got 9 events in total. We got 2 of them down. This is number 3. We're in the middle of right now. Full field out here today and tomorrow, and we cut it out after tomorrow down to 50. We'll fish on semifinal Saturday. Beautiful place. Lots of people watching and listening. We know we hear from someone who's traveling cross country right now. One of our friends we just heard a story from. He's won Mark Zona. He's just finished up a fishing, taping a fishing show somewhere in the Midwest. I think it might have been Iowa. Iowa. Crazy. And he looks in his rearview mirror. He's going maybe a little too fast for the speed limit. He gets pulled over, and the trooper gets out of the car, comes up, kind of all business, walks up to the thing, looks in the mirror and says, looks in the window. He says, mister, if you're not headed for the Bass Live set, then you better tell me it's someplace I can find some fish. I think Mark Zona,
I'm assuming he just got a warning.
Breathed a sigh of relief right there. I don't know if he was getting ready to run or what, but I think it all worked out pretty good. Didn't get a ticket and got some props from the state authorities here.
Midday report. We just made a decent little move. Just back to one of these, back on one of the rivers, away from where I was earlier. I hate to leave where I was, but I didn't think I can catch 3 more fish in the next 3 hours. So we moved to here. As soon as we got in here, we caught a decent little keeper, 2-pounder. So love to get me 3 more of those. I mean, the sooner the better, but I think I got a better chance of just filling out a limit fishing like this than I did where I was. I had every bite I had where I was fishing just barely got my bait. I mean, even the one I caught was skin hooked, and I've had, 3 or 4 other decent keeper bites that just barely got my bait. So I just wanted to change the scenery. I didn't want to just die back there and only having 1 fish. So I did think that the fish were starting to bite a little more in there. I was getting more bites, but they just still weren't committing very well. So a little change of scenery. Hopefully we can get 2 or 3 more quick keepers is what I'm hopeful for. So, but still plucking away. I mean, we got 1 good one. I mean, we can catch a good one any flip, but having one of the right fish in the box is nice. So whether it's just a couple fish to fill my limit or, another good one in the mix too, that'd be nice. But just fishing hard as I can, trying to make something happen. Water looks good in here. It's not too cold. A lot of these creeks that have a lot of rain runoff in them. So we had a really cold rain a few nights ago, And not only did it cool the water off, it muddied up a lot of places. I was wanting to fish further in the river than I was fishing today. The further back I got, the muddier it was, and it was really cold. I mean, I saw a 7-8 degree difference in just a couple mile stretch. So water's fine in here, 63. So fish hard and hopefully come up with a few more.
Well, we got that frog bite. Y'all missed that because he was changing his battery out. I caught that 3 frog, and then still bouncing back and forth, just clouding up. I know they're biting. I'm getting my Livingston plop master out right here. I'm going to throw plopper down through here a little bit. The water's just too low, and I caught that other one out there on the chatterbait. The water's just too low for the fish that are out in that grass to bite. I think they're either buried up in it or something, or they're spooked. So we got enough time still. We got 2 hours or so before we got to batten down the hatches, but man, we thought it was rough this morning. I bet it's going to be really bad going back. I really am so dreading that ride. Worse than anything in my life. I feel like I'm about to go to the execution chair. Oh.
Better cover up all those baits so they don't get tangled up on the ride.
We can get a couple big ones right here at the end. We'll be, that's why I'd love to be able to get them pretty soon, so we could strap it down and just head back and run real slow. I already got to run slow, but if I could run real slow, it would be good. It's definitely a good fishing day, a beautiful day. It's just we got the wrong wind direction blowing the water out. I think a lot of people are probably dealing with that in a lot of areas. The east wind is not good. They ought to be biting right now with this weather like it is. And that frog bite was so good earlier over there on that bank one stretch that he smashed it pretty good, so I know they'll eat top water. So I'm gonna go kind of fast with this and then frog a little bit up there. Got less than 2 hours to fish. Catch y'all one.
He's our highest placer with only 3 fish, 10 pounds, 10 ounces.
Yeah, he's
that's 5.5 pounder.
All right, we've caught plenty of bass. We haven't caught the right ones. Unfortunately, I really thought I would get a couple opportunities at some good bites where I'm at. And a little bit of barnacle issues on 2, but no excuses. Didn't get a lot of quality bites, just some nice fish. And we're kind of going to fish our way out of here. It's change locations again. But, solid day. The wind's laid down a little bit. It's not as bad as I thought, and the cool thing is, guys, truly, on this place. This is just like Florida. You can flip a couple of them and change your day really quick. So we're just going to stay the course, fish hard all the way to the end like usual, and hopefully get a couple quality bites on. It's an incredible place, and I hope Bassmaster comes to a lot more places just like this.
Brian Schmidt laying it out for us there. Always does a good job of that.
Yes, he does. He's a pleasure to talk with. Called him last night, and always positive.
Yeah, positive. Seems feel like he's one of the guys that gives you the straight talk too on just about everything.
It is amazing if you're positive, Davey, how that helps even in a tough tournament.
It is.
There's a secret bait right there.
ICAST special.
Brock Mosley.
There's one. Good one. God dang it! Damn! Needed that one. Needed that one.
Oh, look at this. Hate this for Brock, but it's part of our game. Look at this jump. Great camera work here.
Oh. Well, I'm trying to make the most of the day. I need, I want one more solid keeper, but I just lost one about 2.5. Oh well, but I want to make a move, but I'd like one more good keeper before I do. Can't talk, can't land fish.
Paper didn't come this morning?
Now, I'll give him, he doesn't feel like he's feeling the best. I'll give him a little, he's allowed to pour mouth a little bit.
Absolutely. I'm going, man, if the pollen's there like it is here, I know exactly what he's doing.
It is.
Yeah.
It certainly is.
Brock Mosley, hard to believe it, his 10th year at the Bassmaster Elite Series.
That is.
You think of him as one of the young guys.
Yes.
At least I do. Of course, I think of everyone as one of the young guys.
It made me think of this. I don't know if it was yesterday or when my power was out for 70 hours. I was just thinking about stuff, Tommy. Easton, we have a huge percentage of college anglers making their way to the Opens and to the Elites and making the Classic more and more every year.
He's hooked up.
Easton's hooked up.
Small.
Not.
Oh, it's a flounder.
No, yeah.
It's a flounder.
Flounder on a drop shot. So they do eat up off the bottom a little bit. But speaking of Easton, that's what I was thinking about was all these college anglers, very good, competing so well. Other than Jordan Lee, no other former college angler had won the Classic until Easton just did it.
That's right. That's a good
so
point.
We have so many more making it, but no college alums had won. But now we have another one that has done so.
Probably not going to be the last one.
No.
To do that. Not with the stronger college programs we have across this country right now. We're going to take ourselves a quick break right here as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time and leave-in time for some of our anglers. The Teresa Bassmaster Elite Series, the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River here. We are in day one of 4 days of fishing. Thanks if you just dropped in. Our competition going on full strength here for a couple more hours for sure. A lot of guys will have to spend some of that time running because this is a big place, and some of our guys are biting off a lot of water, taking on a lot of water to go big distances and hopefully find enough fish stacked up there to do themselves a whole lot of good come weigh-in time. So look at the leaderboard for you right there.
Tommy, an update. Maybe an update to the leaderboard with this guy. Got a text from cameraman John Scipione with Easton, and he said he weighed him. Instead of 14.5, he might be closer to 16 even, which means he would be right there neck and neck with the top 2 or 3.
He just informed us about 40 minutes ago, said, I'm going to get a bag now. I figured him out.
Yep.
That's not good news for everyone else in the field at all.
Reigning world champion says that.
No, you gotta
fresh.
Listen.
Fresh world champion.
Yeah.
We had our big fish caught by John Cruz about 3 hours ago. He has abandoned that area in Virginia. He's back down near the mouth of Pasquotank River. Where he just landed at 2 1/4.
Wow. Come down to fill his limit. Got that 614 was worth the trip.
John Garrett not straying way too far from home base on this day number 1. So he just wants to make as many casts as he can. As you pointed out, Davey, he's decided to sort of fit in with these Minnesota and Wisconsin anglers out there with the plaid shirt and the Linder look somewhat, I think.
I'm totally joking when I say this, but he might have been watching Fast Track because we certainly had the Midwest well represented this morning.
2 Minnesota guys and a Wisconsin angler in the top 10 earlier today. Like the look. Back to Perosny.
We do for him to catch this big one. He's caught quite a few fish to not have a big one.
And hanging in there in the top 10, he's currently 9th.
Come here, I got you good. Come here. Why throw a wacky worm when you can throw a Werber worm? Stupid, Jacob. Come on now. I mean, fished all the way up through there, pick it up, 3 casts, catch a fatty. I don't even care anymore.
Putting you right. Well, he is one good 6+ pound bite from having a great day. A lot of 2.5 to 3 pounders on that.
Decisions.
These last 2.
Just keep
4
fishing,
pounders.
man. Just keep fishing.
He's got it going the right
Every
direction.
time I come up here.
That fish looked post-spawn. Few of them have already done it, no doubt. Mentioned there, why throw a wacky rig when you can throw the drop shot?
The drop shot, the little one.
This one is.
Looking at Easton Fothergill's electronics here.
Yep, he's got it on perspective, and that's what he was referring to earlier when he said he had got them figured out. Looking for the, you see these trees laying out off.
We're in the very back of a pocket right now, and it seems like the ones with, it's just straight mud, you know, with just isolated pieces of structure is the ones that's holding the fish right now. Yeah, if it's, a lot of the pockets out here is just like all cypress, like cypress knees and just wood in the back. But if you can find the ones with just the mud like this, you know, with more isolated stuff like you can see here, it seems to be the deal for me, at least right now, on the pattern I'm running, so. But the bass are doing a mixture of, you know, I'm seeing them on the stumps and stuff, and there's also some roaming, so. I'm mostly just going through here really slow, just looking for any movement.
Well, I saw one swimming May not have been a bass, but I spotted one swimming there by a log. There's a.
There's one on the tree right there.
Yep.
A big one.
Yep.
Swimming way off the tree.
That's one I need right there. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes.
We got it.
Please grab it. That's a giant. She's got it. I got her.
Here we go.
Oh my goodness. Please, please.
Wow.
Please don't get caught. Don't get caught. Come here. Oh, come on. Come on. I don't know how she's hooked. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh. My phone just fell in the lake. I got her.
The phone just fell in the lake. What?
My phone slipped out of my bibs. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, but we got her. I don't know if I should be happy or upset or. We're in 2 feet.
Drop a marker. Probably don't carry markers anymore.
Hey, you know what? You can get a phone at any store in the country. You can't get a 5+ pounder any place you can go.
.90 with that one.
I don't think he's that concerned.
No. I know how much he made 2 weeks ago, so.
Yeah, he probably.
Sacrificed the phone for it.
Pop over to the Quickie Mart and get a burner.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep going.
If anything, now he doesn't have to respond to all the texts because I lost my phone, guys.
Not bad.
That is a good call.
That's a good call.
New leader.
Yep.
That's the first fat one I've caught all week.
So release that little one and come back tomorrow. It'll be set up on his phone.
I hope he.
Hard bottom's not easy to find in this area.
Yeah.
They'll spawn right on that phone.
I thought she was like a
He might scroll through and see if his sonar has a Find My Phone on it.
I was gonna say, I hope he was recording video on his phone and it fell out and we can see what it looks like underneath there, you know?
You saw it all right there. Great that he talked us through it.
It's 2 feet. I took my net out.
I don't know what that one went in as. What did it go in as, Such?
Not yet. It's not here yet.
He said a 6.
A 6.
And
but I don't know.
4 or 5 pound cullies up to.
Be the biggest
18,
one we've seen
19
on
pounds.
camera today.
Yes.
For certain. Well, cost him a phone, but I think he'll take that bargain right there. Now, what is Easton's approach now that he has the classic win in his back pocket? Well, he told us.
The excellence of Easton Fothergill.
So following my classic win, you know, we're at the next Elite Series event, Pasquotank River. This place is vast. I mean, it's huge. Honestly, it's the most intimidated I've ever been in my fishing career. I mean, it's just so much water to cover in 3 days. Hopefully we can ride that momentum the rest of the season here. But, you know, already being in the Knoxville Classic next year, it's kind of allowing me to take some risks. You know, I really want a blue trophy now, so I'm doing something, you know, that I normally wouldn't do probably. You know, I'm doing, if I was going for points, you know, in the points game, I probably wouldn't do some things I'm going to do the rest of the season. So we're kind of really chasing a blue trophy from here on out.
The Progressive Bassmaster Elite St. Croix Elite, the Pasquotank River, sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shop. And by Skeeter Boats. Well, we are seeing some good bags getting put together here. I don't know, we're going to have the top 10 populated by people from Minnesota if this keeps up. Easton Fothergill, Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Up there, Austin Felix from the Twin Cities area there. Seth Fider, also from Minnesota. among the 10 we've got as it stands right now. Of course, we're concerned with being in the top 50 when the day ends tomorrow, so it's a little too early to get worked up about the top 10.
Do we add Cody Meyer in there now that he lives in Idaho,
Well,
or
right.
is he going to call him? We're going to call him a
Idaho,
Pacific
I call
Northwest.
that West.
Yeah, West. Okay.
The Northwest. Gussie's, yeah,
Technically.
he's right above Minnesota.
Technically, yeah.
That's, yeah.
There's something
Yet he's
going
in
on.
Ontario.
What
That
is
shows
it,
you how
the,
big Ontario is.
Midwest North?
Yeah.
Call it that.
Midwest North.
Love seeing Randy Howell throwing the different top water baits. The condition's not really good for that, but boy, we love to watch him, and I hope he gets a couple more bites. He's got the right size. Still at 3, Such? Isn't Randy Howell still at 3?
Yeah, he's 25th place, still 10 pounds, 10 ounces. Jacob Fouch, fishing the Roanoke, just jumped up to 9th place. He's up to 14 pounds.
Boy.
Back to Fothergill.
I might. As much time as I spent fishing, I haven't done that yet. Made fun of a lot of friends for doing that. Can't do that anymore. Oh, come on. If I catch this one, we're pulling the troller and leaving.
Did he say pulling the troller?
Mm-hmm.
Catch this one. Oh, I see a couple.
See him?
The one at the tree, I
Top
guess,
of the
is what
tree,
he's
yeah.
throwing to, but there's one over to the left.
I
That's
think
a
there's one in the fork of it as
big
well.
one right there in that tree.
Yeah.
Just as big, if not bigger than that one he just caught it. He put in as a 580.
Please bite.
Is that the same fish? I think it is.
They're just swimmers here.
Yep, those females roaming around.
He's got his cone set for 45 feet. And it was hanging around 30 feet from the boat right now where we were.
If you can see, there's one I'm chasing right now. It's 35 feet out, right at 0.
Jeez, what a fish.
I'm struggling to get my bait in front of her. She's moving and grooving. It also looks like no, all the bass have been. I say that, and some of them are stationary, but every big one that I've caught has been, roaming or, I guess, cruising. Even when they're by the trees, they're not sitting, which I would have never thought, at least. I would have thought when they're sitting by the trees that they're just hanging out, but it's not what I'm seeing today, at least, which is really interesting. So.
It is very interesting to see those bigger
Back here, you might
fish
see a phone on here.
moving as much as they are.
Unfortunately.
guess they're just moving around, killing time till it's time to go back up shallow again.
Yeah, yeah, I totally think so. But
or their post. I don't know. It's very interesting. He's sort of indicated that the key was to him becoming. They moved back out a little bit.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, and those trees that we see these fish around, you know, that makes. I mean, that's Bassmaster Magazine 101. But love it or hate it, this technology shows you some things that
see so much,
so different. I would be questioning if they're bass, but I feel sure Easton knows on his graph what a bass looks like versus another fish, a gar, carp. Here we go. I'd say it's a bass.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not that bigger fish that we were looking at a few minutes ago.
I think he told us at the Classic that he could cast to them and look at their reaction and tell whether they were bass or not. It's just, I found that interesting.
So I've found, and there again, I mean, I'm sure Easton's 10 times better with this technology than I am, but it's really surprising the way carp and some other species, they don't even react, like they don't even acknowledge a lure.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Please don't do that. Oh my gosh. Dang it. Golly.
This could get interesting.
This, but I'm gonna just
this could get interesting. This could get very interesting.
Whoa.
Boy, it must be his favorite lure.
That's six to say. That's
might not be a good idea.
I figured the Livingston folks probably give him another one.
I mean, this has got to be the lure that I won the Bassmaster Classic on before I'm doing this. And I wouldn't be throwing it, so I don't know what's going on. This is where the cameraman has all the bargaining power.
Yeah, that's right.
He backs away from the log.
He holds the cards.
Oh, boy.
I need to lose my buzz bait. That's the thing. I can't.
Buzz bait.
I don't want to fall in.
All your years of fishing, Davey, I've never seen you get out and walk a rotten log.
No, those logs are made for turtles, not for bass anglers after they look at him. I mean, he's committed at this point.
Gosh. This is great.
Hilarious. He looked like a raccoon at midnight. Oh, he's got to fall in to make this complete. What happens if he, oh, he got it. He got it.
He did, didn't he? All right.
Now the trick.
He's still not back yet. Oh, man.
I'd give the cameraman $20 to back the boat away from that log right now. You could get all.
What do I do, Randy? It's floating away.
You could get all his waypoints.
Grab on.
Hey.
Wow.
All right, yeah.
That man needed that $6 buzz bait, didn't he?
Been a good video. Man, I'm out of breath.
Oh, if that'd been me, I'd have been wet within the first 2 feet of that log. Randy Howell now has even more perspective on what you might call the dynamics of this fishery here in North Carolina. He talked about it earlier.
From From what I've seen here in the limited amount of practice I've got here with all the wind blowing this week, this wind really affects how you can move around and look. But what I'm seeing mostly is wood. I think you're going to have is more logs, trees, stumps, and cypress trees. I think anybody that can find something a little bit unique, somewhere that's not really blown out by wind and mud, could have a group of fish. This system is known to have really big bass in it, a lot of 5 to 8 pounders in here. I don't know if we will see the best of it because of the weather we've been dealt this week with the fronts and the wind, but I feel like it's going to be a good event.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lord. That's a skinny spawned out one. Look at that. He knocked the fire. That's a 5.5 pounder, though.
Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series maiden voyage into the Tar Heel state of North Carolina for the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River. Day number 1, and that's the leaderboard. It stands as we push into the afternoon hours. Just a couple hours left fishing for our first flighters. Easton Fothergill, Minnesota, reigning classic champ. Won that one about 3 weeks ago, and he's maintaining some of that momentum, obviously, there. Taking a good lead ahead of Alex Wetherell, who shot up to the top of the leaderboard. Kyle Patrick has spent some time there today as well, so it has been very entertaining. I'm glad we decided to go with Easton today. I think it was pretty much a foregone conclusion, but he earns this one, Davey.
He absolutely does, and it's really amazing. Certainly why he got my vote for Marathon Peak Performance.
No, that
Classic
wasn't your vote.
winner, Easton Fothergill. And the one thing you have to pay attention to, when he caught the 4.8 at 12 o'clock, he said, oh, we're about to catch him now. I figured him out, and sure enough, 46 minutes later, he catches a 5.8, and total weight 18 pounds, unofficially 18 pounds, 13 ounces. Easton Fothergill, Marathon Peak Performance.
Yeah, and I think that obviously when you're inaccurate with your first limit, your culls change a little bit, but at a certain point, the inaccurate fish that you were low on are gone, and your weights get more accurate. I gotta feel that he's probably, instead of being 2.5 pounds light, he's probably only about 1.5 pounds light now. So I think he's probably just under 20.
Do you really?
But I think he's over that 18 3. Like, I think he's gonna be scaring it. And that's why I think if he caught that big one he was looking at earlier, he was like, I'm gonna pull the trolling motor up and we're done. Because he would have been well over 20 then.
Uh-oh. I think he just saw another big one. He sure acted like he just saw something good.
It's tannic, but it's clear at the same time, so. But at the same time, they're not really.
I mean, it's to the point where, like, if they get two whistles, you're
Yeah, yeah.
Look at the shadows, Davey. Some of these objects don't look that big, but look at the shadow that the base of a couple of those trees cast straight ahead at 12 and 1. Wow.
See, like
They're swimming to his boat.
Yeah.
Following his bait back in or something. They're checking out the boat.
Like, that's a terrible place to make some bluegill beds, right beside 3 huge trees that are going to hold some big bass that are going to be waiting for them.
Just going in and
Oh, the
plow on the bluegill.
Circle of life there.
Yeah.
Bluegills bed by logs that bass hang out by.
I was watching some YouTube stuff, you know, on how to fillet a fish. And came across a few years ago on how to fillet a flounder. And boy, them is a process.
It's frying a piece of paper or filleting.
How to fillet a fish, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, flip it this way, flip it this way.
talking to Easton last night, he said that he found this area fishing shallow the first day of practice. Those fish were up along that shoreline cover. The water temperature was higher and the water level was higher. So certainly makes sense that the water level dropping and the water temperature dropping, these fish have moved back.
And water dropping. You talked about it earlier. It was 6 inches lower, you know, and you could see the dark spots up on the logs where it was previously. That'll also probably make them pull out to the end of the trees or those submerged trees that aren't even seen.
Plus very little wind.
Yep.
Yep.
All that makes sense. It's surprising to see how much these fish are just look like they're roaming for somewhere to be. I think they'd be locked in on those pieces of wood off the bank there, but they're moving around a lot.
There we go.
Needed that one.
Yes, it did.
A good one too.
Just about to turn around.
And that fish bit right when his bait hit the water.
Hey, we were talking about Easton and making that adjustment. He was
I knew it 1.8.
Losing 3
Yeah, I
hours
thought
of
it
his
was a
day
2-pounder.
trying to figure it out.
But it wasn't.
It all makes sense watching it, but how hard is that as an angler? You see the water level dropped, you see it's cooler, you see this or that, but you have to give a certain amount of stretches
We
around.
are.
But
Stuck in some stumps and frogging for our life right now. And the wind has picked up some more. We were just saying, man alive, the ride we've got ahead is very daunting. Boy, if I catch a great big one right now on a frog while y'all are watching live, it would make it not so bad. We're on the good stretch. We're working this good stretch one more time while this is the only cleanest water in here, but it's very shallow. The wind's constantly blowing the water out more and more all day. So I don't really know what the fish have done. They just haven't bit and they haven't been where they're supposed to be. They're probably sitting out there in that thick grass, just kind of locked down. You can't really flip it or fish it good because the wind's just muddying it up so bad. So we trying to just do the best I can. The fish are big that I've got, and the fish, just 1 or 2 more bites could be difference in a so-so day and a real good day. We get 2 more good ones come in, have a big bag, and everybody thinks, man, he's on them. He caught them good, but they don't see all the what it's like throughout the day to get there. But that's what's cool about the 5-fish limit. You don't have to catch a lot as long as you catch 5. And I don't understand how it's been so hard just to catch a couple more fish today. Goodness gracious. See, it's calm enough on this little stretch right here. It's just very, very shallow. So I don't know if the fish are really up there or not. It's not looking like very many, but if it just could be a couple, that 1 3.5 pounder kind of lied to me earlier and got me thinking I was about to catch them on a frog everywhere.
There's a log crawler.
Yeah, that's another log crawler. He's got competition in that hole right there. Randy Howell trying to get some more in the boat before he has to take that daunting ride Bassmaster, we've talked about that many, many times here, an initiative by B.A.S.S. to bring women into the sport, let them learn more about all aspects. You just want to touch a QR code there, scan that, and learn more about this great way to get women involved. We've got a big seminar coming up at our next tournament at Lake Hartwell. All right, into the afternoon, well into the afternoon session now here in North Carolina. Here's the Bassmaster Elite Series, St. Croix Elite. Third stop of the year for the series. We're going to Pasquotank River. Live coverage brought to you by Rapala, the Pasquotank, and other connected waterways here. We got a lot of anglers biting off some pretty big mileage to get to some places where they think they can fill their live wells with good size keepers. Make it to the top 50 after 2 days and then see what happens.
I think we are about the time of day where some of those anglers that have gone on those long runs might be getting back in areas where we can get an update on their bass track. So be interesting to see some of these anglers that we have zero for. One of them might have as much as Easton Fothergill or more.
Easton is our leader here. Obviously, momentum is a real thing. Won the Classic 3 weeks ago. Obviously devoting his energies to getting his points total back up there, and he's doing a great job of it on day one. Randy Howell. Oh, yeah.
Oh, dog of money.
Oh, that looked like a good one.
Ah, that was a 5+. Oh. Just put my poles up. Dog almighty, I thought I got on him fast enough. Ah, dog it. Dog it. Well, a jig.
It's him good.
Baits. They don't never get off a jig. 15 found. Oh. Such a weird bite. He bit it when it come away from the pole. It felt like it was hung on grass, and he was just holding it. And then I felt him coming at me. What happened is so shallow, and he was pointing at me like that, I'm sure. Oh my gosh.
Always hurts to lose a good one, especially when you don't have your 5 fish. I think what Randy was referring to is that fish swam towards him, and then you set the hook. Oftentimes you'll just pull that fish to you, and that the bass has got in its mouth trying to crush it, and oftentimes you don't even move that jig. It'll stay right in its mouth.
Under the dock.
And you'll have them hooked for just a little bit. They open their mouth and the bait will come right out. Never worry.
Did you get that on there? They ought to show that. Redeem that. Need another one. What it is about this little walkway that made 2 big fish be right there. It's almost the exact same cast. There might have been 2 together this morning. There he is. Got him this time. Yes, thank you, Jesus. Man, back to back right there, boys. 2 big ones back to back.
Look how fat that one is. Gosh. Still didn't even come right off. Oh, thank you, Lord. I don't know if y'all just saw that. I just lost one bigger than that. Same deal, coming at me so fast. Can't hardly even stop them. Oh, man. Gosh, that's few and far between. That was my old Lunker Lure Ultimate rattling jig. That's that little Yamamoto. I put that little small Yamacrawl. See that blue, green pumpkin blue color? That looks like these crabs out here. Them fish eat crabs around these poles and stuff on this brackish water. And it's got a little flash just like a blue crab. One more, boy, we can do it. Gosh, it makes me mad that one got off like that. It never get off a jig. And I think it's so shallow like that. That time he went sideways with it, and it was a good bite. First time that other one comes straight at me. And I think when you're coming straight at you and it's 2 or 3 feet of water, that hook just gets the tip of their mouth. Thank you, Lord. I didn't look at that one too close, but I think that was a 4, probably a 4, maybe a 4 and a 4, maybe 4-4. I ain't gonna fool with weighing or nothing. Gosh, that's intense. Thank you, Lord, for the magic dot. One more time. One more big one. The whole walkway right there. Everything's on that one. They're all big ones, too. Well, that little one on the end was a little one, but same deal. That's a weird bite. Very non-aggressive.
Okay, what's the little tower for, Davey?
Gosh, I'm looking under that dot for another jig bite. That looks, I think that's like a outdoor shower, and then they've just got a.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the tower is.
Getting off. I looked right down there at him. That fish was 5 to 6 pounder at least, somewhere in that range.
Tommy, that's to see when their sailors returning home.
Right
oh, is that right? Widow's Walk, is that what that is?
Oh, my gosh. Come on, one more like that, though.
Might be to get a little closer to the ducks when you're shooting them as they fly by.
I'm going to get him right here. We're going to get him right on the side of this
Without
pole.
the lead shot, you need a little help on it.
Yes.
Oh, man, what's the deal?
Some stopping power.
That hook's a little bit being in just a little bit from hitting that dock post, I think.
Here we go.
That's grass. Woo. Lord of mercy, scared me.
You can tell how antsy he is. He just lost a real nice one and then caught his fish number 4.
It was such a weird.
Get that 5th one in the boat before he makes that long.
Yeah, if he caught that other one, he'd be on his way.
He would be.
He would be on his way.
Kind of like his hair standing up, guys, like a raccoon.
Heavy on his mind. That's what he's got to face right there, going across an expanse of water like that one right there. With I think that was shot at a time when the wind wasn't blowing quite so hard. It doesn't look quite like that. It looks a little more daunting, to borrow Randy's phrase there for sure. Easton Fothergill Great job today, getting on top. And seems like he's got something figured out there. Alex Wetherill, Kyle Patrick, Austin Felix, Bryant Smith, Randy Howell, Jacob Poroznik, Seth Fider, Brandon Lester, and Jacob Fouts. Bassmaster Live, first day coverage of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series St. Croix Elite on the Pasquotank River. Albemarle Sound, vast Albemarle Sound, as you can tell from that shot right there. A lot of water to negotiate for these 102 anglers. Rapala sponsors our live coverage today. We are much appreciative of that. Been able to show you some incredible, beautiful stuff here. Man, they got some strong neighborhood associations here. Everything's so put together and mowed and cleaned up and everything.
It is beautiful.
Easton Fothergill on top, but large margin there. Wetherill, Patrick, Austin Felix, and Bryant Smith. That's been the group in there for a good while now. There haven't been any new additions to our top 10, so it's sort of stabilized there, but that will change when we get to weigh-in time. There are several anglers, as many as 30, Ronnie, that we do not have ambassadors with. People.
Yeah, and what I see there is on the private map, Davey, out of our 6 or 7, 8 guys in the top, we've got 4 or 5 different regions of this body of water that we will probably have eyes on tomorrow, depending on how this leaderboard shakes out. But at the moment, we should see quite a bit of the Pasquotank and Albemarle Sound.
Looking forward to that. Looking at that top 10 leaderboard, and you see Randy Howell there with 4 fish. He had the, maybe not the winning fish, but the leading fish on a few minutes ago.
Poroznik spent most of his day, I guess all of his day, in a fairly sheltered area right there. Look at some of these canals.
Oh, Randy, cast good.
Waterways adjacent to the river.
With his experience here, Brian Schmidt also fishing close. Be very interesting to see what they do tomorrow. If they make one of those long runs.
You think Randy will go back?
Gosh, I mean, he told me last night when I was talking to him that he had one area where he had caught some good fish, and he has stayed right here all day long. I don't know how he couldn't, as long as the wind allows him to. If that's his only area, you say, well, he only caught 4. Well, that's not what you want, but it also tells you he didn't beat him up too bad, only putting 4 fish in the boat.
Right.
John Garrett with another, I don't know how big, but another one off the side of the boat. That's 2 now that could have possibly filled his limit. We saw that one earlier in the day.
Well, why don't we get everyone caught up to what we have been looking at all day long as we turn our attention to what we call our Toyota Midday Report. And we'll start it out with a man from Virginia, just up the way, Jacob Poroznik, a pre-tournament favorite to be sure.
Absolutely a pre-tournament favorite, Jacob Poroznik. Staying close. Heard a lot of guys were going to do that today with the wind forecast of 10 to 15, and that sounds like, wow, you could go anywhere at 10 to 15, but a lot of the locals say 10 to 15 is about all you want if you're going to try to cross the Sound. So Jacob Poroznik chose to stay close. The good thing for us was he said, hey, I'm going to start close. A lot of people call it a community hole, but I know of several 25-pound stringers that have been caught in this area. And he has caught a lot of fish. The size has not really been there for him, but hey, day 1, currently unofficially in 7th place with 14 pounds, 12 ounces. Not a bad start.
No,
not a bad start.
Done a great job of keeping himself in that top 10 all day.
Catching his fish on a wacky rig Cinco and then also a drop shot. Straight tail worm on a drop shot. Not exactly sure which kind of worm he's using, but the wacky rig is with a Cinco.
Last two fish we saw him catch were right there in the 4-pound range, including that one right there. So certainly making his total look a whole lot better. And as we say, yeah, they're in 7th place. Randy Howell did not like that ride across it and kind of knocked out a lot of his electronics. So he had to work without that. But he looked for places like this fishing cabin here and the walkway, and also isolated wood you can walk on.
Yes, we've had an enjoyable day watching Randy, and we still got fishing time to go, even though he does have a long run back. But the good thing for Randy is the fish he's been able to get to bite and put in the boat have been good quality, that being the smallest one that he's caught today. We did see him lose a 5-pounder, but here we go.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's about 3.5 minutes sped up, Davey. Looks like Roger the raccoon.
Yes. He's nimble, that guy.
He is. Got to give him credit for that. This was his 4th fish. He had just lost a fish before that. It was a little bigger, so Randy Howell making the best of a bad situation with the, tearing up his brackets for his electronics this morning, and still certainly one bite away from being able to lead this event.
Now the man who has dominated Bassmaster Live for now 4 days in a row, Easton Fothergill, our Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic champion.
Just going to have to start calling Easton Smooth Easton, because just after winning the world championship of our sport, he's just casually fishing, leading another event unofficially on Bass Track. Easton Fothergill with 18 pounds, 13 ounces. As you mentioned, Ronnie, I think he's got a little more than that, probably real close to 20 pounds. Caught us a 4-pounder this afternoon, I guess right around 11:30ish, something like that. He said, I've got him figured out. We're going to catch your bag. And then just a little bit after that, he caught a 5.5-pounder using his perspective mode of his live electronics. One of the best in the business with it.
And Davey, one big thing with him, still has 2 fish under 3 pounds that he can still upgrade easily with 4s and 5s that he is now. He can be selective on which ones he fishes, which trees, areas he stays in or leaves, but 2 fish under 3 pounds and 3 over 4.5, he's in a good spot.
He's not that far away, right?
No, he's actually really close to takeoff by land, but he does have to kind of go all the way out of a creek. Yeah.
But
a little bit of room.
Protected, though.
Yes, protected room.
Well, that's your Toyota Midday Report. Now we're going to have you some additional information about the other anglers that we have been with today, including Brock Mosley. Brock has not been getting as many bites as he would like.
Oh my God, that felt good. There's fish on there. Oh my God. A big one too. A big one. Don't you come up. Oh, come here, come here, come here. We need you. Jig come out. That'll work. There was nothing about that that was pretty.
Except the fish in your hand. Yeah. That's pretty.
Me trying to open the fish's mouth to lip it, and I finally just grabbed her belly. 4-pounder. Yeah, she saved our day. Let's see what kind of color this is. Yeah.
Yeah, the one in your left hand.
Nice upgrade
I just
there.
want to see if it measures now. Like it was a line burner earlier.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, it's shrunk. Oh, it's still, it was close, but it has shrunk. Give me some. I mean, We have had a terrible day. I feel like crap. I ain't got no voice.
Just in the top 10 in
He
the
felt
league
good
series
this
tournament.
morning. He told
Yeah.
us he felt good. Hey, not far from Fothergill, Trey McKinney just landed a 5-pounder. He's knocking on our top 10 with about 14 pounds.
Wow. For Brock, anytime you can hit one real hard, then drop him some slack, and then, and then say he's still on there and get him in the boat, that's a good day.
I think that's a great day. Things are working out for you.
Yeah.
Here we go. Just
got on point.
In just a few weeks, I've been able to read his body language. That's another good one, too.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, I'd say a good one.
Yeah.
Giant. Wow.
That's got to be a 6. Come on now. Do a 7?
I'd say for the other elite anglers, all you can.
Dude, the eyeballs on it are great.
Want to hear it?
Did he say 7? 6.5, 7-pounder. Sorry, David. to cut
I was
you off
gonna
there.
say,
that's a 4.5-pound call. Yeah, at least.
5-pound
23 pounds.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think Kyle Jesse's 24 pounds, or Chase Clark, one of them predicted 24 pounds leading day one.
A lot of people, the guys I talked to last night were saying 22 to 24 would be big bag every day.
He's not done yet either. That's he kind of seems to be onto what's going on with these big bass here. So I think it's going to be fun watching the rest of this day and how much fishing we can get out of Easton Fothergill before he has to start running. But man, what a display he has put on, especially this afternoon.
And we talked about it earlier. What he's doing seems like what a lot of people should be doing. He's just really good at it.
Yeah, yeah. Always has a plan, always sticks to it. Great discipline, never varies from the task. And that's the results you can get when you got that going.
And getting more and more talkative for us, Tommy.
I appreciate that because he's a well-spoken young man. Fun to watch. Easton Fothergill on top. Day number 1, Bassmaster Live. St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, the Pasquotank River. Love our local host to visit Elizabeth City. Elizabeth City, our fantastic host city, and beautiful place. Everybody raves about it. Big numbers of good reviews coming across to this place. They like the fishing culture here, and they like what the Bassmasters brings here. And that's great because partners like that is what it takes to put on a big event like that. We appreciate everyone who's supported these efforts here, and it's paying off. It's just been getting better all day long. The fishing out here. Easton Fothergill has been on fire this afternoon. Bounced all the way up to a big lead. I mean, a huge lead ahead of everyone else. Alex Weatherow was looking good with 16-10 an hour and a half ago, but that means he's got a mountain to climb there. Kyle Patrick, Austin Felix, all the rest of them. Jacob Fouts has now joined the top 10. In fact, he's been there a little while now. Spent a lot of time with Randy Howell, who ran all the way across the sound first thing this morning and instantly regretted it for what it did to his boat and his equipment. But he has caught some good fish over here. Just needs one more, and he can take it a little slower, start back a little earlier.
Love to see that one more be on a frog.
Yeah,
Oh!
Oh my God, he hit it right. Look, he hit it.
Hit it right when he was reeling it in.
He reeled it in too quick.
Got it that time.
Oh no! Oh, golly! Why in the world? Come off! Man, what is the deal? I let him eat it good. It's just so shallow.
Take a
He
look.
must not have got it down in his mouth.
Yeah, he did everything.
Oh, it just came at him so quick. Look at that. It was on the
That's
bottom
3.5,
lip, it looked
4
like.
pounder.
That's just tough luck there. He did everything right. Make a guy want to crawl a log.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Get me to the closest log.
God, we've seen him lose 2.
2 good ones.
We got 2 guys sitting on 4 fish that have lost 2 at the boat. John Garrett and Randy Howell.
Just hoping for one more chance. Yeah, making that 30-mile run will be much different if you're not in a rush for time.
Yeah.
It's hard to lead with 4 fish, especially when you've had those 2 opportunities that he's had in the last 30 minutes.
Gosh, the prettiest banks.
I suspect he's not a first flighter because he would just have an hour left total at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right, for sure.
Goodness gracious.
John Cruz just filled his limit. He's in 10th place right now with over 14 pounds. He has our big fish is 614.
That's still the big fish.
Early
huh?
today, yes, sir. Fothergill's 6'8". Kyle Patrick is 6'4".
Really kind of thought we'd have a bigger one than that by now.
And we may. Just
Yeah.
don't
Oh,
have
yeah.
it.
That's true. Yeah. Still 30 anglers that we don't know.
Too
Well,
close
and
to the boat when you get
what
this
did you say
close
the
to
number was?
bank.
614.
614. That easton fish could be a 7-pounder
Cast
for
is
sure.
a big key.
Yeah, it's close.
You
It's
know,
right there.
you know, you just don't know. The thing looked like it had a real soft belly too. When he held it sideways, that thing just.
One more big one, Lord. Let me hook him and get him in the boat.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Randy's picking up the pace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He wants to be on the road.
Yes.
And when you say he doesn't have the longest run, but everyone's either running with the waves or against the waves with it from the east, but he is running across the waves. So he is trying to trough them like you would the Great Lakes, probably getting all the way back. And I don't know, David, we talk about Ray Roberts, those waves stacked up differently than the Great Lakes. They don't roll as much. There's probably got to be an in-between here where they sometimes stack, they sometimes roll real big as well.
All I've heard is stack here. I haven't been on this body of water, but it makes sense. It's just not deep enough to make those big rolls.
Yeah.
That shallower water just won't let those waves have those big troughs.
After Howell, Mike Iconelli is our highest placer with 4 fish. He's 22nd with 12 pounds. He's way down in the Roanoke River. Up it.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully for Randy there is a little bit of a trough, but
Trey McKinney just knocked everybody down a notch by moving up to 4th place. He's got 15.5. He just landed a 3.5 pounder.
Man. This is like
back in the mix.
Classic part 2.
yeah. can even see how fast he's working that frog now compared to an hour ago. He is wanting to be on his ride back already.
Looks like Jamie Hartman.
Yeah, I think it is.
Weigh in. Getting ever closer. You can watch it right here at Bassmaster.com. 3 o'clock is when it's set to start. 3 o'clock Eastern time or local time. Got a bunch of anglers trying to get as much work as they can done before they have to face those waves. Make a long, rough run to get back. Very interesting tournament going on here. It's just day one. We have seen a lot from the first trip we've ever made with the Elite Series to North Carolina, as a matter of fact, and certainly the first trip ever to here in Albemarle Sound in the Pasquotank River for the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite here. Part of the progressive Elite Series. Stop number 3 out of 9 stops through this year will be in South Carolina next time. That starts 2 weeks from today. We'll head out to Texas. And then onward to the north with a trip to Oklahoma. Slipped in there somewhere. But Trey McKinney, who was the biggest rival for Easton Fothergill at the recently completed Classic, has what?
Hey, it's a Skeeter Boats BFA. McKinney with the biggest fish of the day, a 7-pound, 6-ounce on bass track to get over 20 pounds.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
2 and change behind Fothergill now.
This is the Classic all over again. The final day of the Classic all over again. Holy cow.
He came and pre-fished. He may not be nearly where he was in pre-fish, but he had a 32-pound by noonday as well. But that was in a specific part of the river that I have not seen him in today.
That would have been February?
Yeah, February, first week of February.
Yeah. I think we're going to catch another one. Be sooner the better, but I think we'll catch another keeper something, within the next hour, but not the day I wanted to have. I mean, I only got 4. I mean, one next bite could be a good one. I could have a nice bag, so. I'm glad I came over here to fill my limit out. I thought it was gonna be a little easier to catch my limit over here than it has been, but. Not too impressed with my day, that's for sure. Missed quite a few little opportunities. I ain't had many good bites, but if I had 2 or 3, I'd love to weigh in. But probably got another hour of fishing time left in here, so plenty of time. Just gonna keep my trolling motor on pretty good speed and cover some ground. It seems like since I've been in here, as soon as you put it in front of one, he bites, so.
think that's a pretty good one right there, but I don't know if it's a gar or cat. Big one. What is it? Is it a bass? No. Damn griddle. I told you it was a big one. Daggone it. And he has got it sideways.
All right, so we're still in the same spot, not by choice. We're waiting for a couple crabbers to get out, you know, get back in here. There's a real narrow little entrance, and just gotta wait our turn. Everybody decided to come in at the same time, but look, we're staying positive. We still know there's a chance. I got a lot of water I want to run in a little bit of time. You know, if we could get out of here, we got still got plenty of time to catch a couple nice fish. You know, it's the warmest part of the day. A lot of times these F1s really like the afternoon, so you know, we just have to get out of here and we have to make the right decision where we go after that to hopefully catch one or two big ones, and then tomorrow's a new day. This is going to be a chess match all week, what you could do based on the weather. And you know, today we were able to get in here and fish productive. You know, it's calm, it's beautiful. Just can we get out? Like, that's really on my mind. Can we get out? The tide is not moving, and it's like just steady getting lower. You know, not fast, but it's steady. Looks like it's dropped. It's just wind driven, but it doesn't make sense because it's blowing in from the ocean. Usually that keeps the water up, and if anything, makes it get higher than normal, but that's not happening today. It's got to be something with the moon. Wow. Yes, sir. Okay.
A commercial fisherman and Jacob Pasquotank.
I don't know what he really said.
Yeah, heck of a team right now.
You're right.
He's proud. He's proud of that fish. Proud.
It's in the box.
I don't know how he caught a
It's in the box,
catfish
Davey.
when he's trying to catch crabs, but
We've entered the post-classic part of our schedule, guys. So now we're returning to the Elite Series, and we are in the month of April, a great month to fish. Wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. You kind of get that. We talked about you, Davey. You were known in your career as Mr. May. We've got some guys who are really good in the month of March and April, especially when these fish are in transition from pre-spawn to spawn, maybe some areas from spawn to post-spawn. And looking back, we've had 2 Elite Series events each of the last 3 years, maybe beyond that as well, but just this sample of the last 6 elites we've had in the month of April. We had 2 last year, 2023 and 2022 as well. The winners of those events, John Garrett, Corey Johnston, Drew Benton, Luke Palmer, Jason Christie, Lee Livesey on lakes like Chickamauga, Fork. We had 2 in Florida last year at the Harris Chain in St. John's, and then we had 2 in South Carolina with Murray and Santee Cooper. One key thing, though, when I look through there, it's not always the top winner that we think about that's good in April. They can have a good week in April, but as you look through that 2nd through 10th and who repeats themselves over these events, Drew Benton and Jason Christie, out of our last 6 times in the month of April, they have 3 top 10s each. They both top 10, I think, when they both won events, obviously, and then 2 other events for Jason Christie. I think one of them was here, and then I think one of them was there as well. And then Benton, most of his in 2022 and 2023 happened. So when you think about those guys, April, whether it is fantasy fishing or just considering guys who could make moves at this stop or the next one, it's hard pressed. A 50% rate out of the last 6 events for these guys that Drew Benton or Jason Christie will show up in our top 10 or threaten the top 10 at this event or maybe at Hartwell in 2 weeks. But at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, some of those statistical trends maybe get thrown out of the window a little bit with no familiarity here, but we'll see. If you're good in April, you're good in April, Tommy.
Well, they say the kayaking's pretty good in April. We want to remind you that the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series is going strong, and it's something you can get involved in. Got one coming up this month, Dale Hollow, down there near Nashville, not too far from Nashville, Burnstown, Tennessee. Hit the QR code, register, get involved in the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. A great way, a very good way for an entry point into competitive bass fishing. Check it out. Oh, kind of running out of time. Time getting short for these anglers here, these 102 who are out there, because looming in the near future, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, not that far away. The weigh-in begins on Bassmaster.com right here. Man in the Yeti hot seat, well, not so hot right now. I mean, it's pretty comfortable. Easton Fothergill's got a good, strong lead here, but again, there are a lot of anglers who did not have an ambassador with them. There's someone to score, report the scores to Bass Track and so forth. So there are going to be some surprises at that weigh-in as well. But Easton looking very, very good with somewhere north of 23 pounds, maybe as many as 24 pounds. Nothing's official till we get it to the weigh-in, get it on the scales with Dave Mercer, celebrate it, and move on. Full field of fish again tomorrow. So everyone's going to get another crack at this full fishery, and it's a full dose, that's for sure. There's a lot of ground to cover, or water to cover, I should say. Got to Brock Mosley.
Yeah, Easton had a lot of people saying, he's just average after his first 2 elite tournaments, but he is he's hammered down right now. I was lucky enough to hold one of those trophies over my head, but I cannot imagine being able to lead an event 3 weeks later with all that went on in my life in the few weeks after that. I mean, I really can't.
Well, Jason Christie wins in 2022 at Hartwell. We're going to Santee Cooper for the first elite after the Classic, and you think he's going to keep it rolling. He finishes almost dead last. Then we have 2 weeks off. He goes to Chickamauga and wins. And you're just like, I don't even know who this guy is. I think Such had him on his fantasy team.
I sure did. When he was dead last? Dave, you ever been in that situation where, you know, you're playing with the house money and you can just go for it?
Oh, fortunately, a time or two, yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
Absolutely. And you know, right after the Classic, the year following the Classic, I did not do well. But I worked more hours, more days, consciously spent time trying to repay my sponsors for having faith in me. Maybe to a fault.
Say they're on somebody else. Doesn't get some real entertainment right here. How many people does it take to load the boat?
It's a beautiful place.
It really is gorgeous. All the Spanish moss and terrific cypress trees and just endless. I mean, it's so wild looking.
Which is unusual in 2025.
Oh, yeah, in this day and age.
It's usually boat docks and
yeah.
recreational boats, fishing boats, jet skis. Here we go. Thought he leaned back to lean on one. One thing that is good news, some of the anglers thought this was, even though it's so big, was going to fish small, like a
I heard
a
several
Florida
people say
fishery.
that.
And we have not seen that
No,
today.
no, not really.
Oh, the leaders are pretty close together on the curve of the river, but yeah, they're kind of spread out.
I think that's now because those leaders are getting closer to takeoff, right? Or did they spend a lot of their day right in the same areas?
No, Fothergill and McKinney are up in North River.
Ooh. Dang, he just went and said it, didn't he, David? He just went and said it. I was going to say, yeah,
you
3
don't know where
o'clock.
exactly. I'm not telling anybody where. We've shown them on the map.
It's a big river.
Very.
Yeah, oh, but up in the, I mean.
Well, I mean, if you're in it, you got to be up in it, right?
Yeah, you're down in the Alligator and you're up in the North River. That makes,
right.
Directionally.
Dismal Swamp, you're just stuck in it.
Roanoke, you're over there.
Yeah.
You're over in the Roanoke.
Over yonder.
Jacob has stuck with his plan, stayed close all day long. Curious if he makes a run tomorrow. Unofficially in 10th place right now. Hope we have a camera with him.
Yeah, be good.
A lot of places that try to claim sportsman's paradise, but to think about where they are in Elizabeth City, the fact that you can catch 8 to 10 pounders right here, you can go saltwater fishing just down
catch
the
a
street.
bluefin tuna right out there.
Yeah.
And some of the best beach lifestyle experiences you're going to have right over there. Like it's very weird to think that you could see the best beaches from a bass boat this week of where people go in the Outer Banks,
Probably what that tower was for.
Yeah.
To be able to see the beach.
See the beach, that's right. Make sure everything's safe over there. Yeah, if you were to get in a float plane and head straight east out of the Albemarle Sound, you would fly right past 2 of the main attractions of North Carolina, which would be Kitty Hawk and Nag's Head.
If you're a monster truck fan, Kill Devil Hills is where Gravedigger's from. That's a...
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Gravedigger.
I didn't know. I had no idea where Gravedigger was from.
You've often wondered, though. Be honest. Yeah, that's all well and good, but where is this?
What was Gravedigger's rival? The other monster truck? Didn't they battle it out, 2 monster trucks?
I know, what was it, Maximum Destruction was,
Where was it from?
I don't know, Vegas. I think he's from Vegas. That guy, that racer was from Vegas.
Okay.
You can put it back in if you want it.
Now that looks like a movie set right there. Yeah, that is something else.
I think he's getting closer and closer to Dismal Swamp.
Yeah, it's looking sort of like a gothic horror movie.
Yeah.
If he catches a big one there, it's kind of like a St. John setup where he's got that little break wall and he can just cast down it, Totally different, but somewhat similar.
Really interesting place.
It is.
I guess the thoughts turn now to, I mean, assuming Easton Fothergill is the leader, and that's kind of a big assumption right there, because again, we got a lot of guys that have not been monitored today, as far as Bass Track goes, who will come in and show it all at the weigh-ins, and we will know their story. But do you think Easton could? It looks like something he could sustain. It looks like something he could repeat.
The weight that we're showing that he has there on Bass Track is what most people predicted was going to be the leading weight each day. The locals that I talked to said, 22 to 24 pounds. You can probably expect that to be leading. Be hard to do that every day. He kind of made it look easy this afternoon when he said, "I've got them figured out."
All right. Well, Yamaha on the line right now. Let's take it back to the weigh-in, where the weigh-in is going to happen starting in about half an hour. And there's Kyle Jesse. Kyle, give us your take on everything you've seen today. There's been a lot to take in.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Tommy. It's been, it's a kind of a slow morning, obviously slow developing, guys making long runs, getting to their areas, settling in. We didn't see Bass Track fire off super early, but seems like this afternoon bite's been a lot of fun to watch. If you're watching live, every single time you look at the screen, it seems like somebody's catching one. So things are turning on. It's got to be the fishiest looking place in the world. It's been fun so far.
So, Kyle, it looks like the weather has stayed cool there all day. You're still in a hoodie, your sweatshirt there. Do you think that's having a big effect on some of these anglers not having the success that we thought we would see? Obviously, Easton has made it look easy, and Trey McKinney, we haven't had a camera with him, but a good stringer also. But it looks like the water temperatures probably have not gone up today or this afternoon like we thought they would.
No, I think that's a good point, Davey. A lot of the anglers that I talked to during practice, this morning at takeoff, during practice, the water was much warmer. Obviously, throughout practice, seemed to cool off. I talked to a lot of guys that got a lot of bites early on in practice the first day, and then of course that water cooling down over the last 2 days of practice probably changed the pattern a little bit. We know how much things can change in the springtime when those water temperatures go from being warm and stable and then drop down. But even that being said, it seems like we're seeing so many fish get caught that it's only a matter of time before we see more guys do what like what Easton did and get into the right ones in a hurry.
Kyle, we've been talking about the phenomenon of this isn't necessarily tidal, but the water definitely changes drastically based on wind direction. We know a west wind creates a dangerous Albemarle sound, but from what Matt Greshik was telling us pre-tournament, an east wind sucks water out of a lot of places. I'm going to need you to break that down tomorrow with Scooter Lilly, but that's kind of peculiar. Kind of doesn't make sense that the east wind would suck water out when it's kind of pushing from the ocean, but there's a weird vibe there. At takeoff, is it noticeable that the water is low?
Not super noticeable. I mean, if you look at the dock pillars, you can notice it a little bit. Some of that's going to be because of the waves that are pushing up. I'm really glad you didn't ask me to break that down entirely, because I'm pretty sure I could not do that.
Scooters can.
It is certainly a unique thing, but you look at a guy like Easton, and the fish that he's catching obviously are a little bit off the bank, still shallow water, but it might affect him less than some of the other anglers that we've been watching.
Kyle, thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Appreciate the halftime show today. Good, very entertaining. Good stuff from Kyle and Dave, Steve, and everyone else there. So we look forward to that again for the next 3 days.
Don't loop Steve in the compliments there. Don't loop Bowman into
why,
that
compliment. He works on that.
He does know. He does
hard.
know.
I'm going to have to say, when you started that question, I thought you were going to get him to explain how the east wind actually makes the water fall.
No,
there.
I just need
and I'm
him
like,
to.
Boy, that is really asking, because it makes no sense to me.
I gave him.
I'm looking forward to someone explaining it.
Yeah, that's me too. I want him to talk to Scooter Lilly tomorrow about it, who is a very known angler there, because Matt, who has been our informant.
Not a known angler?
Not yet. By the end of the week. But Matt, our informant, is an ambassador actually in the boat with Greg Hackney today. He'll be out on the water, so we don't have him for the show. But Scooter is also one of the best locals there, and I wanted him to ask him tomorrow. And then I said, oh yeah, does it look like it's low at takeoff? That's an easy softball question. That's how you set your partner up, Dave. That's how you set him up.
Trey McKinney just called again with a 3-pounder. He's over 22 on Bass Track, catching up to Fothergill.
Tied at the top of that leaderboard. It's like everything you want. Running into weigh-in time, which is coming up shortly here within half an hour. Moultrie behind the tanks is something you can enjoy during the weigh-in. Get some insights back there. Pat and his crew will be back there. There's Pat talking to some anglers already out there, getting prepared, getting ready to go. So that's on the way on YouTube, Of course, the weigh-in right here on Bassmaster.com. We have got a little bit of fishing time left, and they'll be fishing their way in, some of them as well. We should be able to pick up maybe a fish or two before this day is over. St. Croix, Progressive Bassmaster Elite, Pasquotank River, Albemarle Sound, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Great to have you with us here on day number 1, Bassmaster Live coverage all day today. We started out 8 o'clock local time. I'm going to take you all the way to weigh-in time. The weigh-in will be seen right here on Bassmaster.com as well. Our channel, Easton Fothergill, the man on top, but not by much. Trey McKinney, his rival, his nearest rival, the recently completed Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, rising up from the crowd to close the gap on Easton in a big way. This could be a slugfest at the very top throughout 4 days of fishing. We don't know, a little bit early to make that prediction, but you know, we can project a little bit out here. And who knows what else is going to be brought to the weigh-in too. Someone else may eclipse those two.
Or it wouldn't be surprising if Lee Livesey doesn't have a great hour, the final part of the first day, and he jumps up there in the top 5.
Well, there's the music, Davey.
Oh, there's the music. Been waiting on it all day long. Power pole replay of the day. Well, the reigning world champion, he just lifted the biggest trophy of our sport over his head a few weeks ago. Eastern Fothergill having a slow but steady day until about this point, catches a 4.5 pounder, and he says, oh, we're about to catch him. I've got him figured out. And he followed up on exactly what he said. Caught a 5.5 pounder a little later and then called again. Eastern Fothergill. Power pole replay of the day. Congratulations, you world champion, you.
Got Easton with just over, well, 23.25 pounds, but he may well have more than that. Might have almost as much as 24. Weigh-in, everything's made official, so you definitely want to check that out. Make a note to yourself. Rosnick not fishing far from the weigh-in. He's trying to catch some more here. Done a good job of keeping himself in the top 10 for the most part today.
Been steady. Caught probably more fish than anyone we've had on live,
yeah,
numbers-wise.
Got the numbers.
It's not those,
yes, sir,
5, 6, 7 pounders like Easton and Trey.
Well, the only thing I'm missing is a big bite. You know, and I mean, I got one that was a grinnell or shoe pig or whatever you call them, but I don't think they bit very good today. I don't know why. I mean, I think it's just because of it being, you know, cold and, you know, what they're trying to do. And I thought it would have got better and better as the day went on, but it hasn't. Lots of fish, just, you know, a lot of small ones, but, you know, you never know. Like I said, one cast here can be could be a, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, there's giants here. I just don't understand what they're doing right now. I mean, they could be sitting right out here in the middle. But usually they don't. Usually they're up there on the bank biting, but we're gonna keep our worm wet and see what happens. I mean, you know, you never know. One cast.
Good attitude to have. He's certainly one good one away from being top 5 for sure.
Yep.
Fast track's never spot on 100%, and I like it that way. It leaves a little there to unknown. I think we'll have another 20 pound stringer. I think there'll be at least
How many? 3?
3, maybe 4, but I think we'll definitely have 3.
Tommy, do you disagree?
What was the question?
How many
20-pound
20-pound stringers.
bags.
I'd say 4.
It's hard for me to say 5, but I'm living in that. I'm living in that 4 range as well.
Yeah.
But I'll go optimistic and I'll go 5. There's going to be somebody who has heavy 16 that ends up being like 19, 14, and that'll be the deciding factor if I get 5, is if they clip 20.
So you're just throwing my 3 totally out the window.
No.
Disrespect.
Hey, remember, you volunteered that. I didn't even get to ask you yet. You're already saying 3. You were divulging.
I said 3, maybe 4, but I'll go with 3.
Yeah.
Tommy 4.
We'll Price is Right, Tommy.
I'll take the over.
You'll take the over?
There you go.
Okay. We were talking about this is a big place. We've seen a lot of guys in these back-end canals. As we bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, we talk about the canals. Brian Schmidt's talked about getting out of his area successfully, the water dropping, the wind direction, all those things will become clearer as we go on through the week. But looking at some Humminbird Lakemaster, this is out in the middle of the sound. So right up here is where the Pasquotank River is, and that is where our takeoff is to the north. And then this is Alligator down to the south. You can see some of the different coastal shipping channels and navigational guides where they want them to go with these couple lines. But if you look at these different, you can't see the numbers probably that small, but this is 16 feet. This is topped out on Lakemaster at 16 feet or bottomed out at 16 feet. So the sound, even at its almost deepest part and closest to the coast, is still less than 20 feet deep. And it just goes to show you how naturally shallower this body of water is from top to bottom, from back in the creeks to out in the sounds. And when we go through some of these creeks, this is, I think, the North River. You can see how all of this is fine. That green is that 3 to 5 feet range. Yellow is 6 to 8 feet, and that light blue is going to be 8 to 12 feet. You've got a lot of good fishing water level, but boy, if that water drops out in some places, the 1 to 2 feet places become dry, and those 2 to 4 feet places become very sketchy. Got just enough room for those deepest channels to maybe have some water on it if water got sucked out of there a foot or two. And then we go and just comparing 2 different creeks in a snapshot, you can see how some of these creeks may act differently when the water is blowing normally. Those fish will be in there biting, but if it blows out of there and gets shallower, a place like this, Perquimans River, a little bit deeper all the way through it than maybe the Little River that tops out about 8. So you think about those creeks. Does 13, 14 feet matter in some of these creeks? Probably will, and when the neighboring creeks that others are occupying is 6 feet or less. So we'll see as these areas switch, which ones are affected by south, north, east, and west winds. I think we're going to have a switch up at least 3 different wind directions over our 4 days of competition.
All right.
And Scooter Lilly will explain the east wind sucking the water out tomorrow.
I can't wait. I want to hear how exactly it works. I want to know how the hydraulics.
He's the guest, yeah. And he's a good informant.
He's a guest informant.
Yes, guest informant.
Well, like we say, it's classic redux, as they say in the magazines. It's a repeat of the classic Easton Fothergill with just a shade more than Trey McKinney as it stands right now. So that wouldn't be a bad rematch right there. Alex Weatherwell, though, will write him off. Kyle Patrick, Bob Downey, all done very, very well during the course of this day. We're getting closer and closer, as we say, to weigh-in time. That's at 3 Eastern. But we got a little more fishing before we are done. Be right back. Well, we got 3, count them, 3 fantasy games, Bassmaster fantasy games that you can play. One of them is Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. Now, that the pitch there is you pick 8 anglers for each event. When you pick 8 anglers for event number 1, you can't use those anglers for the rest of the year. So you have to use pretty much the whole roster of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Pick the right anglers for the right lakes and plug them in there. I'll give you an example. Jacob Porozny. Would you pick him to be here because he's a favorite here? He's from the area. He's probably done very well here. But also, you might want to save Jacob Porozny for the Mississippi River. He finished 2nd there in 2018 in an Elite Series event. That's the sort of decisions you get to make there. It's fun to play around and learn more about the history of the Bassmasters, especially in recent years, as you play Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing.
Currently, I did use him here, and I used Randy Howell and John Cruz, and also Seth Fighter, so I have 4 of the top 11 on Bass Track right now. Obviously, we have 30 guys.
Well, you just jinxed half of them.
Oh, don't worry. No, I've already, there's an indictment. 1 of the 8 has his worst career finish when I pick him, so it's just one of the other 4.
Some of them last-minute heroics.
saying it's going to happen for you, Jacob. You're going to catch a good one here before you go in.
I'm a little sad about day one. There's some fish sitting on this high spot that we started on this morning. Wish I could get one to bite. But here's the deal, we didn't totally bomb today. We always want more, right? So like, I'm not like, you know, pumped, but we get tomorrow. We gotta put our thinking cap on. See what we could do tomorrow, you know what I mean? Like, but if we could just somehow get one good bite right now, we'll go a long way. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to catch one.
Looks like Brian is back where he started this morning. Talked to him enough last night to
Giant just blew up right there.
go out on a limb and say he'll make a run tomorrow where he didn't today.
I don't know if it was a bass.
Those events down in Florida there. Good start for him. He's currently situated in
One thing that's really is surprising me here is all the vegetation that I've heard about that is here. I've never fished here, but confirmed it with Brian last night. He said, yeah, it's beautiful. We just haven't been able to catch fish in them this week. And
yeah, it's always that
And sure enough,
vegetation versus hard cover, and we saw it at Ray Roberts play out. Was it the timber? Is it going to be that? And this with so many back-end canals and stuff, it feels like the St. John's to me.
Doesn't appear they are going to be nice and bite.
It does, but when the St. John's had good vegetation, that's where the fish were.
Yes, yeah.
We've not seen anyone fish, maybe some people without cameras, but gosh, when you've got milfoil, beautiful milfoil, Brian told me last night in areas, it's mind-blowing that we don't have. There again, there's only 6 cameras on day one, but very surprised. Even with Randy, and Randy said he was going to fish that area with vegetation. He caught his fish off docks and wood in that area, cypress knees and docks.
Last cast with this, and then I'm just going to flip.
You know, it's hard to tell how some fish might react if the water dropped in some areas around that grass, if they act different than with the hard cover where they just slide to the next dock pole or slide to the next tree, you know, stump.
And if it drops enough, the grass will lay over and not have those canopies under it where they really like to, they feel comfortable.
Brian's got his limits, got 5 fish. Nothing bigger than 2.5 pounds, though. He's got one as small as 1.3 pounds, so a good keeper here would shore up his position a little better than the way it stands right now. I know he's a bit disappointed in, certainly not out of this thing at all.
And the first flight of guys are checking in at 3 o'clock. So there's a group of people checking in, now.
About now.
The likes of Corey Johnston, Brandon Cobb, a couple guys who don't have ambassadors. Drew Benton's going to be in this first group.
I done got the whopping stick out now. Man, he ain't gonna help, I don't think.
Rosnick's doing 3:30, Schmidt at 4 o'clock.
Just look at the map, Ronnie. There's a group hovering around that waterfront park in Elizabeth City, ready to check in, but they want to catch that one last nice fish.
Mosley and Garrett are also in that 3:30 group, and then Easton Fothergill, who's had the best day and doesn't need the long day today, is due at 4:30. So Easton will be one of the first boats to leave tomorrow, and he'll have the short day, as they say, which it all balances out.
Davy Height, Minnesota, showing out besides Fothergill. Downey's in 5th. Fighters tied with Austin Felix in 6th.
And this is Leech Lake North.
It's interesting how that scenario, whether it's Minnesota or some Florida guys or wherever, doing well in New York, plays out in different parts of the country.
It's like some of the most far-fetched, unlikely scenarios that you can think of come to pass. Very many of these events. It's been fun today. Always fun to land in a new place we've never seen pictures from before, TV anyway, on Bassmaster Live. Just kind of ride along with the anglers as they get it figured out. We saw the one that, as far as we know, figured it out best of all. We saw him go through all of that process. We had to stay low to the ground a little bit, crawl a few logs, but we're getting there.
We had 6 cameras, obviously with the right people who got the leader unofficially. Had a camera with him, but this tournament's going to be, I think it's going to be very fun to see the way it unfolds, and I think we'll see some people make some long runs and it really pay off for them. Whether they can do it for 4 days, I don't know.
Oh, and we look at these leaderboards. There are guys who made long runs today, and maybe it's a lot windier than they thought. If they maybe were up in a river that's concealed, they may not make it back on time today. There's a real reality that what we see on Bass Strike doesn't end up being their weight on the scales.
The story is far from over for today, that is for sure. Hopefully they can all make it back, but the reality of the situation is it's a new place and nobody knows exactly how to perfectly judge what wind from what direction is going to keep you from going where and coming back. Coverage begins tomorrow, right here, same time as we started today, 8 a.m. Eastern time on Bassmaster.com and Roku. Have that early Roku 2-hour window for you there. Coming up next, just about to get started here, 3 p.m. Eastern time, which it pretty much is. Dave Mercer cranking it up for the appreciative crowds there in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Great to be here in the Tar Heel State for the first time ever with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and glad that you were able to come along, and it's far from over, as we say right now. Plenty more action from North Carolina coming up.